Hello. All right. Oh no, I didn't turn this on yet. I'm so tired. There we go. Brighter. Oh no. Okay. Can I do it without knocking them off? I finally brought their little chair in here, and so I have little Kirby's in a little chair. Good morning. Good morning. All right, so we're jumping back into Cafe Enchante. This is funny because I was looking for this. It was in my lap the whole time. All right. Hopping back into Cafe Enchante. We're finishing up Rindo's route. We're really close to the end of his route, I found out, because I was checking what pictures I had. I'm missing 2. So it should be close to the end. If it takes more than an hour, I'll stop my stream and then start a new one for Eel. If it's less than an hour, I'm not going to take a break in between the 2. So that's my little disclaimer. I was trying my hardest to finish it all in one sitting, but my stomach was growling really, really loud. So I was like, I need to eat. Oh, I don't know. Final chapter. Hey, I didn't even realize it said that. So we might be very close to the end. So if we end it before I've hit the hour mark or 2 hour mark, I'm gonna just go into Eels without stopping. But I'll take a small break just to change because I have a dress for Eel's outfit. All right, we take our time as we return back to Enchante. Stepping inside, I expect to be swarmed by the patrons asking every question they could think of, but only you, Eel? To my surprise, Eel's the only one inside Enchante.
おや、お帰りなさい、二人とも。もう帰ってきたのですか?
Welcome home, back already?
まあ、あまり遅くなっても良くないと思ってね。みんなはまだ調査中かな?
We didn't want to stay out too long. Where is everyone? Investigating? Eel simply shakes his head in response to Mr. Rindo's query.
いえ、その調査ならば14時頃には終わりまして、皆すでに帰ってきた後ですね。
Our investigations were done around 2 o'clock, so everyone's back already. Where is everyone?
カリアはすでに帰宅しましたが、ミシェルとカヌスはイグニスを連れてお赤飯を買いに行くと言っていました。
Karida went home, but Monsieur and Canis dragged Ignis out to buy a celebratory cake. A cake?
ああ、やっぱりミシェルにはバレてるのかな?
Oh, whoops, I guess Monsieur and the gang already know what happened. What happened? What? If that's true, this is so embarrassing. Out of nowhere, the door suddenly slams open. They're back. I turn around not knowing how I should greet them, but...
おい、やべえことになってんぞ。
Shit, we got a problem. Oh my goodness, Ignis. Language. Huh? Ignis and the others all ran inside with tension on their faces.
やべえこととは?
What kind of problem?
いる。新宿で検索して。
Eel, search Shinjuku. Eel senses the emergency and immediately types the words into his tablet. He adds GPM to the search. The fact that GPM is working in relation to non-humans isn't known. Monsieur once said before that things are best hidden in plain sight. So the headquarters itself is made public under the name of a certain corporation. Then suddenly... What? Huh? We all look into the tablet to find... Ooh! An eerie shadow of a tower. Looks like it's covered in glitter and jello. It's like someone got really crafty with their what's the word? Their resin art. Yeah. A reddish black shadow has covered the GPM headquarters. A towering building in Shinjuku has suddenly been coated in a reddish black. The news immediately spreads through the internet and is now on the front page of every news site. We're in a car. Seeing what happened, we jump in Mr. Rindo's car and head towards the GPM headquarters. Monsieur and the rest left before us so that they could act as reconnaissance for us. We've notified Kirida via social network to stay home.
僕のタブレットがそこに入ってるから、 GPM の共有データベース見てもらえる？
My tablet's in there. Can you check the shared GPM folder? Okay. Following Mr. Rindo's order, I quickly grab the tablet and set it up on my lap. Mr. Rindo gives me instructions and the password to access the shared database, but it says we can't contact those inside and their whereabouts are all unknown. The GPM branches within the area sent their crew but can't get in.
ネットニュースや SNS の書き込みの方はどう？何か新
Maybe
情報
the
ある？
best time to take a pause. Jeez, this is intense. What about social media or news channels? Do they have any updates? Let me see. I open the social media platform and search for various keywords such as GPM and Shinjuku. There are some saying it's just a prank or some kind of art piece.
あれがいたずらならどれだけ良かったことか。
If only that was a prank. There are different opinions, but with the police quarantine around the area, some think something big is happening. There's some posts saying that they saw people touch the shadow and immediately collapse. Well, that's great news. There's that. I guess with the quarantine, there aren't many reports about it now. No matter how much we search, I can't find anything on what happened. It seems like the building simply turned into that tower reddish black tower in an instant. I checked the pictures on the news sites. The building is covered in a thick shadow. It's hiccups. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. What is the shadow?
あれには見覚えがあるよ。
I've seen it
僕が
before.
見た時はまだあれほどの規模じゃなかったけどね。
Of course, it wasn't that large when I saw it. Arrow! Hatu. Wait, what do you mean? Yep, that's right. It's my sister.
間違いない。あれは僕の妹。
Yeah, close enough.
雫の仕業だ。
That's my sister. Shizuku Rindo's doing. Like, he's just trying to make her human, and if this isn't how you become a human, I don't know what is. Sparkle! Yeah, look at this. Doesn't this look like a bad DIY project? Just the internet. Rumors had it. Just as the internet rumors had it, police have closed off the area to the GPM. The police questioned us, but Mr. Rindo's status at the GPM allowed us to get through. I'm surprised he still had a status there, but alright. Monsieur and Il came down from the sky just as we parked and got out of their car. Parked and get out of the car in front of the GPM. They keep calling it reddish, or sorry, blackish, and I'm like, it's just pink. This is just pink with glitter. Monsieur, Il.
いやー、上空から見るとかなり壮観だったよ。
Yeah, it's quite something looking at this place from the
よ
sky.
ほどの強い力なのか、周辺一帯あの影が覆っている場所には探知も通りませんね。
Ooh, the shadow must be powerful. I couldn't sense anything beyond what the shadow covers.
あの
That's
ビルを
scary.
覆う影そのままに、かなり高密度なもののようです。
The shadow around the building is denser than the general area too.
それに、非常によろしくない事態だと考えますが、あの影は徐々に広がっているようですね。
I hate to admit it, but it seems like the shadow is slowly spreading. Even though it's not spreading quickly, there's no telling how far it'll actually spread.
まずいね。早くなんとかしないと。
This isn't good. We have to do something. Mr. Rindo looks up at the GPM headquarters when...
おう、全員揃ったが。
Hey, we're all here.
問題はこれより先、どのように動くか。
What matters now is how we plan our next move. We have the Enchante regulars here with Ignis and Canis now joining
普
us.
通に考えりゃこれをやらかしたリンドウの妹だったかはあん中にいるわけだ。
It's not weird to assume Rindo's baby sis is in there somewhere. I enjoy them calling her like baby sis when she's like at least in her 30s. Just like his little baby sister's in there.
となりゃ話はシンプルだ。とっ捕まえてやめさせりゃいい。
So, if so, this is gonna be a piece of cake. We nab her, then stop her.
問題はそれがそう簡単にいくかって話だけどね。
She's been murdering people left and right. Good luck. I can only hope it'll be that simple.
やってみなきゃわかんねえだろ。
Won't know until we try, eh? When did he get so Canadian? Ignis spins his arm around and steps forward. He steps into the shadow, but...
うわっ
Whoa! The moment he steps in, he immediately jumps back out.
なんだよこれ。触った瞬間、そっから力が抜けるみてえな。
I felt my strength disappear the moment I stepped in.
多分だけど、この影には生命力を吸い取る力があるんだと思う。僕が食らった呪詛の元はこいつだよ。
I'm guessing the shadow must have absorbed some of your life force. It's almost like what got me.
おい、めちゃくちゃ重要な情報じゃねえか。先に言えよ、それをよ。
Why the hell didn't you tell us that earlier? That's some important intel, you know?
あ、ごめん。生命力に溢れてるイグニスなら、ひょっとしたらと思って。
Ah, sorry. I thought you could handle it with all that life force you got there.
意外と持たなかったね。
He sure didn't last
ダ
long.
メでしたね。
That was a futile attempt. Man, we should just go home, guys.
おい、こら。何役に立たなかったな、みてえな顔してんだ。
Knock that he didn't help look off your face.
我が触っても無理なようだ。
It seems as though it has the same effect on me as well.
そして、お前もだ、カネス。勝手に触ってんじゃねえよ。俺の行動が無駄になるじゃねえか。
Connor, stop touching it so casually. You're making me look bad. Ignis goes on his rant against everyone. We all look at each other again.
二人とも触った後の異常は？
So any after effects, you two?
なんともねえな。触ってる間は力が抜けちまうが、離れりゃどうってことはね。
Nothing at all. It doesn't seem to do anything as long as you're not in contact
こ
with
ち
it.
らも同じくだ。だが、この影の持つ力は凄まじい。我らとて長く触れすぎては危険かもしれない。
I concur. I do know that it holds enough power to potentially put our lives at risk.
人間がこれに触れてしまえば、おそらくは。
Which also means that if a human were to touch it,
倒れた時の林道と同じくだろうね。
we'd have another situation like Rindo. And she's just like, whoa, you mean I get to be a non-human too? Cool. When Mr. Rindo was found, the only solution were to defeat the source or to turn into a non-human, which means that those who are already affected can only be saved if we defeat Shizuku. I keep trying to say Shinjuku, and I know that's not right. It's in Shinjuku, it's not Shinjuku. I look up at the reddish-black building, but if none of you are able to last while in contact with the shadow, then how will we get in?
丸ごと吹き飛ばすのが前提なら、俺がぶっ破するのが手っ取り早いかもだけど。
If we simply needed the place destroyed, then it'd be as simple as me unleashing my power.
中に生き残りがいた場合や周辺への影響を考えるとベストな策ではないかもね。
Then again, considering that those who may still be alive and those in the area, that's probably not a good call.
かといって、半端な火力じゃ破れねえだろうしな。
Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if it took all your power to leave this place.
では、穴でも掘って進むか。ここからの距離ならば、気合でこなせなくもないが。
How about we dig a hole? I am also down for burrowing. It is not impossible to do it if we all put our best efforts towards it.
いえ、そのあたりは相手も用意周到です。しかも包み込むようにして保護されていますから難しいでしょう。
That won't work. Whoever it is did a good job having the shadows cover the whole building, including the ground.
参ったね。まるで鉄壁の城塞じゃないか。
It's like an impenetrable fortress. Everyone falls silent as we try to put our mind together to find a way
ア
in.
ンシャンテの皆が揃い踏みとは、やはりこうしてみると壮観だね。
Sounded a little evil there, buddy. How wonderful to see the Enchante crew all together like this. Suddenly I hear Makaido's voice echoing throughout the area.
その声は、帝。
That voice? Makaido? Everyone immediately puts their guard up hearing the voice, but Makaido is nowhere around.
帝てめえ、どこにいやがる？
Kaido, Damn it, where are you?
雫の影を通じて君たちに声を届けているだけさ。
I'm inside the
本体
building.
はもちろん本部ビルの中だよ。
I'm relaying my voice using Shizuku's shadow right
さ
now.
て、君たちに会えたことは嬉しいが、僕と雫は少々取り込み中でね。できれば邪魔しないでほしいのだ。
He's being sweet about it. How can you be mad at him? He's saying please and stuff. Now then, I'd love to chat. See, polite. But I have things to do with Shizuku. Can you all please stay put? Mr. Rindo takes a step forward, hearing Mr. Makaido's calm voice.
帝
Makaido.
リンド、また会えて嬉しいよ。本当にね。マスター君は君を救ったんだね。
Rindo, I'm so happy you're here. Leah must have saved your life.
帝お前と雫は一体何をするつもりなんだ。
Makaido, what are you planning to do with Shizuku?
これだけのことをして僕のような犠牲者まで出してどうするつもりなんだ。
I picked the route where I don't turn you into this, and it ended the game immediately. You need to get over it, Rindo. You caused all this and turned me into who I am now. What are you trying to accomplish? Silence prevails. Soon enough, a very calm voice resonates through the now tainted
そう
area.
だね。話したいこともあるし、リンドと。マスター君、君もこちらに招待しよう。
Good question. Let me invite Rindo and Leah here so that we can chat a bit. Just us two? I don't know, man. I'm not dressed for a double date.
ああ、他のメンツは遠慮願いたい。内部に潜り込まれてしまうと、さすがに対応が面倒だろうからね。
I'd like the others to stay where they are. It's a pain if they start intervening without my consent. Oh man, he parted the... Oh man. Technically it's red and black is what they say, but that's definitely pink. This is very, very... Why can't I think of the word whenever I want to? Oh my god, resin-based. With Makaido's voice, a piece of the shadow disappears as if to signal us
二
inside.
人は僕の大切な友人だ。傷つけないと約束する。
I promise I won't hurt them. They are my good friends after all.
ざっけんな。んな言葉信じられるわけねえだろうが。
Shut it, like we'd believe a word from you.
ねえ、確実にこれは罠かと。
Indeed, this must be a trap. Yeah, but you guys couldn't get in before, so you know what? Maybe it's the trap we needed. Sometimes it's the trap you needed all along. Everyone seems to be against this. Mr. Rindo suddenly looks up and speaks as if he can see Mr. Makaido.
帝僕だけじゃダメかい。
Makaido, can't it just be me? Mr. Rindo! He isn't going there alone, is he? I want to tell him no, but Mr. Makaido stops me from saying
残念
anything.
だけど、リンド。僕は彼女の話が特に聞きたいんだ。大切な人が
Unfortunately,
人
no,
外化した者
Rindo.
同士として。
I want to talk to her as someone who's also had a loved one turned into a non-human. Now that I think about it, our situations are similar. Yeah, but they're similar because he made them similar. Okay. Mikaido also said that he didn't want to lose his friend. I recall my meeting back at the park and made up my mind. I'll go with you. Leah? If we don't go do something, this shadow thing is just going to keep spreading. We're Makaido's friends, right? So if I think we can, I think we can trust Makaido. Leah, oh man, Kanis, don't you start, okay?
無理だけはしちゃダメだよ。
Promise me you won't do anything brash. I promise. Barely.
ならよし。リンド、彼女のこと任せたよ。
Let Rindo take good care of her.
ああ確かに任されたよ。
Yeah, leave it to me. I smile at everyone looking at me as Mr. Rindo takes my hand. We slowly head into the opening the shadow made, our hands tightly holding one another's. It's still not. Ooh, look, it's worse inside. It still looks like glitter. I don't think they made this look creepy enough. This just looks cute. I don't think it looks scary. There's no one in sight in the GPM. If you just add like glitter and like little hearts and stars to it, it's decorike. We slowly follow the path made by the shadow through the reddish-black painted interior. I don't see anyone.
そうだね。もともといなかったって話ならいいんだけど。
Neither do I. It'd be great if no one was here when this happened. Today's a weekday, and even during the night, I'm sure a lot of people were still working here. Mr. Rindo must know that. We carry on our way with a stern look on our faces, eyes open for any survivors.
僕は今屋上にいる。雫もそこにいるよ。
I'm on the roof. Shizuku is with me here. We stop in our steps, hearing Mikaido's
け
voice.
れどあいにくエレベーターは今止まっていてね。非常階段を使ってきてくれたまえ。
We'll be there in 45 minutes. Are you serious? This is like a 50-foot tower. Story, not fit. Unfortunately, the elevator is shut down at the moment. Can you use the emergency stairs instead? We look at each other and nod and walk towards the door.
しかし階段で来てもらうとだいぶかかるんだったね。だからその間に一つ
At least he's
話を
considerate.
しよ
It takes long using the stairs to get here, right? Why don't I tell you a story while I
う。
wait?
林道も知らない雫が人外化した真実を。
A story about the truth behind Shizuku's transformation that even Rindo doesn't know. Flashback. It's a flashback. But not the kind that I skip because it's actually new content.
正直僕は権力や立場に興味はあまりないが、研究に自由が利くのは有意義なことだ。
Wait, I did read this already. Honestly, I'm not interested in going up the corporate ladder, but it does give me the freedom to continue my experiments.
雫を人間に戻すためにより良い環境が手に入るならばと、
Which is
昇
why
進の話を受けることにしたんだ。
I accepted the promotion so that I could accelerate my research to turn Shizuku back to a human.
その先、昇進した部署そのものがこの世の地獄とも言える場所だなんて。
Little did I know the department I was
何も知らず
assigned
にね。
to was hell on earth. What a nice department name. The GPM number 2 R&D department. The first thing I saw after coming here was a non-human on a rampage inside of a cell.
ようこそ第二開発課へ帝明君。
Welcome to number 2 R&D Akira Mikaido.
課長、この人外は
Sir, that non-human is
ああ、そいつかい。
him.
危険性の高い第三種なんだが、同意をもらって我々の実験に協力をしてもらっているんだよ。
It's a type 3 non-human. He's agreed to help us with our experiments. Type 3s do not talk, if I recall.
同意
Agreed. That's not a word I associate with uncommunicative type 2 non-humans. His words sound awkwardly vague, so I decide to probe a bit
この
further.
人外はどこから連れてきたんですか。
Where did this non-human come from?
なんだか妙に人間らしい顔をしていますね。
I'm surprised it has a face with prominent human properties.
おお、さすがに第一開発課で課長を長く務めていただけはあるね。察しが良くて助かるよ。
I knew I could count on you for noticing, and as expected from the talent of number 1 R&D.
この人外はね、元人間なんだ。
This non-human used to be a human. That was easy. He said exactly what I suspected.
この第二開発課で開発した人外化促進薬 メタプラジアを投与された人間なんだよ。
It's a human that took our greatest of inventions, the non-human transformer metaplasia. Non-human transformer metaplasia, a forbidden drug that stimulates humans to change into non-humans, developing in absolute secret at the GPM.
人外か
A
促
non-human
進薬
transformer?
それほど驚くことかね。君とて手元に人外化した人間を第一に抱えているじゃないか。
By the surprise look, you personally hold on to a non-human with you at all times. He looked at me with cold eyes, to which I instinctively pulled Q closer into my
この
arms.
第二開発家ではね、人間を人外へと進化させるという革新的な技術を研究しているんだ。
We are here conducting research on how to evolve humans into non-humans.
人外への進化なんでそんなこと
Evolve into non-humans? But why?
これは人類の発展と繁栄のためには無視できない研究なんだよ。
This is something we must conduct for the sake of mankind's
君も知
future.
っての通り、人外というのは我々人間よりもハイスペックな肉体を持つものばかり。
As you know, almost all non-humans possess bodies that are stronger than humans.
彼らのその長所のみを我々人間に移植することができれば、凄まじい価値になるとは思わんかね。
Imagine the value of bringing non-human traits to humans without any after effects or deficiencies.
長所のみ
You mean only their strength?
例えば、人外の持つ生命力。これを人間に与えられれば、病気の克服につながる。
For example, take their life force. Can you imagine how many diseases could be negated by their traits?
現代の医学では治せない不治の病や瀕死の怪我などの治療に人外の持つ要素は役立つかもしれない。
Non-humans possess the power to potentially cure ailments that are otherwise considered terminal.
それだけでなく、人体の一部分のみを人外化できれば、人体、腕力の強化につながり、災害救助に役立つかもしれない。
And that's not all. If specific parts of the body can be transformed, humans could help in further disasters.
だが、人外の権利などを騒ぐ輩も多くてね。その結果は、君も知っての通り。
Not a lot of people know who non-humans are. What is he talking about? A lot of ignorant protesters. How non-humans are not promoted in media. Like, people don't know what non-humans are. What is he referring to? Anyways, but there are a lot of ignorant protesters out there who fight for non-human rights. This leads to dire results.
最も人類発展に貢献するはずのこの第二開発家は存在を隠匿されてしまっているのだよ。
Because of them, our department, Department Number 2 R&D headquarters, dedicated to the future of humankind, was turned into the enemy. A section of GPM whose existence was kept hidden from regular members, they perform various experiments and research that violate laws and morals. Classy. No wonder. That would explain the disclaimer when I signed the promotion to keep all matters
こ
secret.
こはこんな部署だったんですね
I see. Quite a department indeed. Also, those cables aren't even plugged into anything. What's going on with that monitor? Monitor like that feels like it should be wireless.
ああ、おかげで常に人材不足でね。勤続年数が長く、理念を理解してくれそうな人員を常に探しているんだ。
Yes, and thus a low head count. We've been looking for someone who would understand and join our mission.
副局長に君を推薦してもらえて本当に良かったよ。
I'm very glad our department commissioner recommended you to us. So he's the one who recommended me to be reassigned here. I'm not sure whether or not I should be happy to hear that.
ここにいる人外はいや元人間はどこから連れてきたんですか
So the non-humans, excuse me, the former humans here, where did they come from?
研究に加わればすぐにわかるさ。ま、大抵は人外化も仕方ないと思えるような人間たちだがね。
Sheen, your sheen is showing. Alright, you'll know soon enough. Most of them really didn't have a choice or they deserved their transformation. I see. Like he said earlier, that means that non-humans here were terminally ill or a criminal. The GPM is a government institution. Sourcing from hospitals and prisons is easy. I suppose they used undisclosable means.
しかし、長く続く研究の中でも、知性を保持したままの人外化はどうしても叶わないんだ。
Unfortunately, despite our efforts, we have yet to create a non-human that retains their sanity and intelligence.
皆人格も理性も失い、凶暴化した挙句に対話もままならない。
Every one of them lost their sanity and went mad to the point where simple communication was impossible.
帝明君、君ならば無論やってくれるだろう。
Akira Mikaido, you will support our efforts, yes?
君はすでに人外化した人間を所持している研究者なのだから。
Maybe you should stop pointing out that his girlfriend is in his arms. After all, you've already had someone with you who has already turned into a non-human.
そう言われては、僕は何も言えなかった。
I didn't have much of an argument against any of that.
人外を、クーちゃんを手元に置いて、常に実験しているマッドサイエンティスト。
I'm a mad scientist who conducts strange experiments with the non-human Q always by my side.
それが GPM 上層部での僕の評価だったからね。
That was how the GPM big bosses perceived
で
me.
も正直最初の説明を聞いたときは、これでようやく人の目を気にせずに雫のための研究をできると喜んだよ。
To be honest, when I first heard the explanation, I was happy I no longer had to work in secrecy for Shizuku's cure.
僕はずっと雫を元に戻すためならどんな実験も厭わなかった。
Even if the experiments
たとえ
were
倫
immoral,
理から外れていたとして。
I didn't care, so long as it could lead to Shizuku's return.
だからこそ、そんな僕は確かに第二開発家にふさわしいんだろう。
Which is why I was seen as the perfect candidate to work in the number 2 R&D department.
けれど、
But
僕は見つけてしまったんだ。
I found it.
第二開発家の研究に加わってすぐ、
I found a
そ
top.
の禁断の
Mikaido.
ファイルを。
I found a top secret file immediately after joining the group. Okay, I'm taking the screenshot anyways. After listening to the boss's explanation, he took me on a tour around the area before leading me to their library where they kept their
あ
data.
んな物々しい説明があった割に、今までいた研究室と大して変わらないみたいだね。クーちゃん。
Despite all the self-praising, the facility itself isn't too different from the place we were, huh, Q? I hold my breath as soon as I begin talking to Q. I notice her eyes were shining. They looked like the eyes of a beast ready to hunt its prey. She didn't react much besides when it was time to dine,
ク
but
ーちゃん。
I look in the direction she was looking at to see a shelf of documents. I slowly head towards the shelf when I notice that Q starts to twitch a
ここに
little.
何かあるの？
There's something here. I grab the file she's staring at. The file was labeled non-human sample records.
これ、まさか。
Is this a file that has all the records of those who were turned into non-humans? If so, it may offer a hint on how I can make her human again. I hurriedly looked inside the file. Case number 56. Subject, GPM Finance G, selected due to legal infractions. See video file 110212056. Subject is a failure, exterminated by Intelligence Division. Case number 088. Subject civilian B took a Type 3 into custody and was injured. See video file 1109230088. Subject is a failure. Rampage with type 3. Exterminated with drug dosage. Case number 092. Subject R&DR. Tried to expose number 2's inhumane practices. See video file 120823092. Currently under Akira Makaido's care, under strict surveillance. No particular results yet. What?
僕によって
Under
監
surveillance?
察
Wait. I toss the file to the side and run to a nearby
映
computer.
像資料12082302
Video 120823092. Where? Where is it? I quickly search the files and find the video file. Video 120823092. I play the video. It shows Suzuku's captured and injected with a drug that slowly and painfully changed her into a non-human.
嘘だ
This can't be.
嘘だ嘘だ嘘だ
Lies, lies, lies. Shizuku was in a cell. Shizuku cried her name out loud. She broke out of her cell and devoured a researcher whole. Her suffering captured in that video replays in my head. I thought Shizuku's failed experiment was what led her to turn into a non-human, but I was wrong. Case 092, subject R&DR, tried to expose number 2's inhumane practices.
つまり雫は
So Shizuku
口封じに人外にさせられたっていうのか
was turned into a non-human so she wouldn't expose their experiments. She wasn't the perpetrator at all. She was a victim. A burning rage fills my heart. Shizuku was taken from me. And not because of fate or an accident. She was taken from me because of pure and simple evil. Humans turned an innocent human into a non-human. Human? They weren't human.
人間の方がよほど人を外れたものじゃないか
Humans are much worse than the non-humans. I see you agree with that statement. All right. Sounds great. Sounds wonderful. Yeah. Aw, look at that. You can still land a helicopter. How considerate. Mr. Makaido finishes his cruel and hopeless story. We're shocked. We frown hearing it. We frown like, mm. With the story fresh in our minds, we arrive at top of the building.
来てくれて感謝するよ二人ともこんなところで申し訳ないけど
I'm glad you're both here. I'm sorry I couldn't clean this place up. The wind swirled amidst the towering buildings. There stood Makaido, exhausted and ready to fall. Also, there she is. Look at her. She's so cute. She's crying. What a cutie. There's a peculiar non-human that looks like some kind of solidified black liquid. You don't know what the color black is, and that's a problem to me. Is that Shizuku?
ああ、間違いないよ。
Yeah, that's her. Mr. Makaido's doll, Q's true form, is in front of us. Makaido's love transformed, all because of number 2 R&D department. Mr. Rindo's younger sister. Sorry, the dot dot dots usually don't result in the sounds. Her form is so peculiar that it's hard to imagine she was once a human. Her face and her form showed no signs of intelligence or emotions. How can you tell it doesn't show any intelligence? That's rude. It's real judgy of
リン
you.
ド 正直僕はすごくホッとしているんだ。
Rindo,
君が理性を保ったまま人外化してくれて。
I'm honestly relieved seeing you retain your sanity as a non-human.
君を助けたいという気持ちは本物だった。けどもし他の検体のように暴走してしまったら、
I really wanted to save you, but I was scared that you may end up like the other subjects.
そんな一末の不安もあったのだよ。
I couldn't control the anxiety it gave me. Oh, that's right. He mentioned that all the subjects failed and went on a rampage, including Shizuku. Mikado nods to me as if he knew what was in my mind.
人ならざる者になる過程では、被験者の体は脳も含め、文字通りの意味で別のものへと作り変えられる。
The subject's body and brain are literally transformed during the process of turning into a non-human.
脳が変わるんだから精神構造も変わる。理性は削られ、より原初の感情が優先されるようになる。
Which means that their sanity is wiped, which in turn allows their primal emotions to take precedence. I can do
恨
this.
み、怒り、失望、絶望。人外化の際に抱いた負の感情がそのまま強く出るってことだろう。
That means strong emotions such as hatred, anger, apathy, and despair are prioritized, right? Wait, so that's why Shizuku and the subjects went on a rampage?
ご名答。だから林道が曲がりなりにもその姿を保ち、そして理性を保持しているのは、
Rindo maintaining the semblance of his human form and his sanity means
人外化への絶望よりも生き延びることへの希望、そして何より
his sense of hope for survival was stronger than his fear of death. Mikado shows an expression of joy and sorrow.
君という存在が強く起因しているのと僕は踏んでいるんだ。
Moreover, I believe you're the reason why he's still alive. He lets out an eerie smile.
まあ、データも何もないただの直感。科学者らしからぬ言葉だと自分でも理解しているよ。
It's just a hunch. I understand my assumption lacks cognitive reasoning.
その他にも僕の方で拒絶反応ができる限り出ないよ
And again, I did my best to suppress the side effects of the drug.
う。実の妹である雫の血をベースにメタプラジアを改良したり、様々な要因が絡んでこそと。
The
理解しているよ
metaplaza
ね
was modified with Shizuku's blood, so that must have also played a role among others. Mikaido's hauntingness and attitude as a researcher has disappeared. Instead, he looks like a completely different person as he gazes at Shizuku.
しかし、それが君の人外としての姿だとすれば、実の兄弟でも随分な差異が出たね。
I must say if that's your non-human form, then your siblings have shown quite a difference.
何とでも言えばいい。人間をやめてまでここに来たんだ。お前が何を考えていようと。
Say what you want, I'm here at the expense of my human form.
僕はここでお前を止めてみせる。
Very venom. Yeah. I'll stop you no matter what. The air stands still and feels with tension. It feels like the place will devolve into chaos with a slight move. Mikado smiles.
何を考えていても、
Stop me no matter what, eh?
それは本当なのかな。
Are you sure about that?
例えば、君や雫が人間に戻れる可能性があったとしても、
Listen to this. What if there's a way to change you and Shizuku back into humans? What? Huh? As if he expected our reactions, Mikado spreads his arms and gleefully begins to speak.
雫は他者の生命力を吸うたびに少しずつ感覚を取り戻しているんだ。
Shizuku is regaining her sanity slowly each time she absorbs someone's life forms. That does not mean she's turning human.
彼女は今まさ
Oh, look at his
に
face.
人間へと戻っている最中なんだ。そうだよね、雫。
She's actually in the process of turning back into a human again. Isn't that right, Shizuku? Aki. Ah.
聞こえただろ。今までの何を話しかけても反応しなかった。クーちゃんとは違う。
Did you hear that? She's not the Q you remember that didn't respond at all.
僕の名前を呼ぶところまで雫は帰ってきてくれたんだよ。
Shizuku has regained a portion of herself to the extent that she calls my name. Mikado looks overjoyed by his announcement. Horror, sorrow, suffering, various emotions are flowing within me, making me sick. Mikado, you're...
先ほども言った通りだが、林道の人外化は雫の血をベースにした薬によるもの。
Like I said, Rindo's non-human form is a result of taking the medicine that I modified with Shizuku's blood.
つまり林道も雫と同じ人の命を奪うことで元の人間へ戻っていく、そんな特性を宿している可能性があるんだ。
So Rindo and Shizuku are the same. There's a good chance they can be human again by absorbing life forces from others.
それでも君たちは僕らを否定するのかい？
Only because it involves murder? Yeah. Yeah, I will. Will you deny and stop us after hearing what I've told you? Yes.
帝、お前ってやつ。
Mikado, why you? Mr. Rindo repositions himself. He must have taken it negatively. Mikado looks sad and in pain, but
何が不満なんだ、林道。
why won't you listen, Rindo?
雫が元に戻れるんだ。彼女を殺したこの忌々しい組織を土台にして。
Shizuku can be human again, and by using this horrid organization who killed her to boot.
優しくてバカ正直で真面目でただただ甘党で。
She was kind and brutally honest, very straightforward, and she loved sweets.
僕との未来を語っては幸せそうに笑っていた彼女を。
We can bring her back to who she was when we talk about our future. Hi Jay. Are you working today? Clap, 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 clap.
こいつらは殺したんだよ。
The GPM killed her. So you admit it. She's dead. Let's stop. His hatred explodes. The shadow flowing from Shizuku's body begins to intensify. It's as if she's responding to his hatred.
僕と雫の何を咎めようって言うんだ。奴らは自分勝手な都合で彼女を殺した。
Why are you trying to stop me and Shizuku?
奴らに何のためらいがいるんだよ。
Are you doing maintenance? Why is there a wrench in your hand? They're the ones who killed her. They deserve what's coming to them. Mr. Rindo bites down on his lip as though he's enduring a sharp pain from every word he hears. I can't begin to fathom what kind of visceral emotions they must be experiencing. But Kaido, but I know them. He loves Shizuku. His voice was filled with kindness each time he spoke about her. Even if Shizuku can return back to her human form, how many more innocent lives do you need to make that happen? Her shadow continues to spread. It's enough proof that the people inside the GPM weren't enough to satisfy her. Even if she came back to you as a human, Shizuku wouldn't like that.
分かってる。言われなくても分かってるよ。
Say no more. I know what you're implying. Do you?
雫は優しいから。
Working at home today.
人間に
Nice.
戻ったところで
That's the best.
罪の意識に苦しむの
Which, by the way, I finally remembered to bring that game in here. This is the game I bought. I just gotta steal someone's PS3 to play it. Look. It's called Hakooki Stories of the Shinsengumi, but I think it's like part 1 and 2. I tried to Google and figure out what it is, because this originally came out on PS2, I think it said. And there's 3 editions. It's coming to Switch. Well, I got it for 13 bucks on the PS3. I just don't have a PS3 to play it on. I think I saw someone post that after I was looking into it too, but hey, I own it now. I just gotta steal someone's PS3, plug it into this, it'll be fine. And then I can play it before it comes out on Switch. Wait, when is it coming out on Switch? Now I gotta Google that. Oh no. You're gonna tell me it's already out, aren't you? I would be sad. Let's see. There's actually a game I was gonna download the demo for. It's on PC too. Well, I own it on the PS3. The Hungry Lamb. It's apparently a visual novel game. It doesn't sound like it's an otome game, just visual novel. Kuyoki Switch. According to the internet, it's already out in Japan. Oh, there's too many words. I need to Google English. I don't know. I've seen a lot of it though, but I've never played it. And I saw it and I was like, oh my gosh, it's an otome game for $13. I have friends. Someone's got to have a PS3 I can steal for like a month. But yeah, the other one I was going to download the demo and see what it looks like, because it's apparently a really depressing, not otome, visual novel game, The Hungry Lamb. Hungry. Yeah, there's not a good photo for it. It's really blurry. I was going to show it, but it doesn't look good. But it's called The Hungry Lamb. Apparently the demo's out right now. It's a visual novel game. It involves suppression, human trafficking, the usual. This is the great music to describe that, like human trafficking. I understand that her kindness will convince her that the means of her revival were not justified.
でもね、それでも僕は戻ってほしいんだ。
Even so, I want her back.
惚れた弱みって。
Just call it blind love. The reddish-black shadow overflows the rooftop as it slowly increases.
罪なら僕が背負う。雫が後悔と苦悩で嘆くなら僕が支え続けていく。
Akira, I knew you were going to turn into like a madman. I knew it the moment I saw you, because you had the, I don't know, the jihad aesthetic, which is I'm a cute little boy that's also a scientist. But for just a split minute there in the middle, I thought maybe I was wrong. Maybe he's not going to be evil. Maybe he's just a little boy who's in love, and I was sadly mistaken. Carry these sins with her. If Shizuku is going to suffer and regret what happened, I'll support her to the end.
Mikado, お前はそこまでして。
Kaido, are you serious?
マスター君、君ならこの気持ちがわかるはずだよ。
Leah, you understand what I'm saying, right? No, I know, I understand the words, but I don't understand the logic.
リンドのためにその業をすべて背負ってでも生きてほしいと願った君なら。
You wanted Rindo to live even if it meant that it would forever weigh on your conscience. Actually, I picked the other option and it ended instantly. It was instantly a bad ending, so I went with the other option. I gave him what he wanted and it was game over. So,
お願いだ。どうか僕たちに協力してほしい。
please help us.
僕
No.
と雫と君とリンドと。
Rindo's fine. Look at him. He's got half his face still. He's doing great. I kissed him earlier. He's fine. Help us. Help yourself. And Rindo.
人間としての幸せを僕たちと一緒に取り戻そう。
We can all return to happiness as normal humans together. I am happy. This is depressing, but overall, I'm in a good spot with my non-humans, I might add. His words are sweet and highly intoxicating. I think she's on drugs if she thinks that. My response is... no. Returning Mr. Rindo back into a human, we could go back to being happy together like it used to be. I want him to be able to stand in daylight without fear. I want to walk around the theme park, lovingly holding his hand. I want to enjoy a wonderful meal at a gourmet bistro and stare into his eyes. Everything can be brought back. I don't think your situation is similar at all to the guy on the roof right now. The offer is too sweet to refuse, but...
悪いけど、その提案は拒否させてもらうよ、ミカド。
Sorry, but I'm going to have to pass on that offer, Makaido. It was Mr. Rindo, capital I, who turned his head away from the sweet allure. I was never intoxicated, my guys. Mr. Rindo is smiling. The smile on his face is no different from before, even in his non-human form. I mean, he's got extra teeth, but that's fine.
僕だって人間に戻れるものなら戻りたいさ。だけど、お前に協力するとは言えない。
I'd love to turn back to a human again if it was possible, but ultimately I can't accept your offer.
理由を聞いても
May I ask why?
大前提として、他の誰かを犠牲にしてまで幸せになったとして、それを彼女が喜ぶはずがない。
Shizuku isn't going to be happy if she turns back once she learns of the numbers of death her revival cost.
人間と人外が一緒になったとして、幸せになれないなんて決まり事はどこにもないんだ。
Mind you, it's not absolute that humans and non-humans can't get along and attain happiness.
その逆もしかりだろう。それどころか格段に可能性は低いというのに。
I can say the exact opposite of what you said. In fact, your concept is much less likely to happen.
そんな当たり前のことを。
What you're saying isn't new.
そうさ、当たり前で、常識で、普通のことだけど、もう僕は、わからないだけで怯えることはやめたんだ。
Sure, it's not new, and it's what normal people say, but I'm not going to subject myself to fearing the unknown. First off, my choice was accept or don't accept, and I hit don't accept, so is she mad? My normal isn't normal. Yeah, you said that. I remember.
僕たちの普通をなめるなよ、ミカド。
Don't underestimate what we call normal. Mr. Rindo!
バカなことを。
How foolish. He must know he must know that we won't bite. We? You had nothing to do with it. Mikaido raises his arm, to which Suzuku extends her shadow into a claw. Oh! Mr. Rindo uses his own claws to deflect the incoming shadow. Mr. Rindo and Shizuku, sparks fly with each attack. The siblings strike each other, then jump back to create space between them. Both have positioned themselves to protect the ones they love. Mr. Rindo covers me. Shizuki covers Mr. Makaido. There's no turning back at this point.
やはりこうなるのか。けれど、もう僕たちは引き返すことはできない。
It begins. Unfortunately, we have no other option but to fight.
だとしても止めることはできる。
But I have the option of stopping you two.
お前の友達としても雫の兄としても。
I'll do it as your friend and her brother. Mr. Rindo repositions himself so that his non-human left side is facing towards them. Akaru, a whisper. Shizuku lowers her head down as if bowing. Suddenly, the shadow morphs into multiple hands flying towards us. As a reminder, I have no idea if I'm getting the good or bad ending. Mr. Rindo is cutting them apart so fast that I can only catch small glimpses of his movements. He's moving beyond the speed of mortals. Mr. Rindo jumps into the air after Shizuku rises into the air too fast for me to keep up with. Oh. The beast and shadow claws clash. A dull metallic sound resonates throughout the rooftop.
まったく我が妹ながら手強いね。
Unbelievable. You really are a pain, aren't you? Look, waggle. Maybe it's because they're siblings. Or maybe it's because they both hold the power of non-humans. Their fighting seems like they're
会話しているように見えないかい？
they're communicating with each other. Mikaido? I hear his voice amidst the savage battle taking place in front of us.
そんなに身構えないでおくれ。非力な僕たちは互いに信じるものを見守るとしよう。
Calm down. No need to be so alarmed. We're both powerless at this point. The best we can do is cheer them on.
僕たちの執念か、君たちの希望か。どちらにせよ、最後には片方しか残らない。
Only one will survive, though. Will our persistence prevail, or will your sense of hope win? Mr. Rindo won't lose. My knees feel like jelly, but I need to force myself to be strong. I need to maintain my confidence and keep my eyes on Mr. Mikaido. He looks at me and smiles.
人外を愛した者同士だというのに、何が違ったんだろうか。
Despite loving a non-human, what made us go separate ways? Probably the fact that my non-human has maintained his mentality. That's probably it.
僕と君の違いは、
What makes the two of us different? Yours has to kill to try and get her sanity back. Simple question, an honest question. It's not that complicated at all, you're right. As I contemplate how I can respond, the battle was evenly matched until Mr. Rindo is knocked back to where I am. Mr. Rindo! I run to him. Oh, wait, what happened to his shirt? What is he wearing? I hurried to his side and lift him up. He isn't gravely injured, but I can see the pain in his face from the blow he's taken.
君たちの決意は理解した。けれど、どうあがいても、雫を止めることは不可能だよ。
I get where you're coming from, but Rindo, there is no way you can stop Shizuku.
雫は今この瞬間も、絡め取った命の端々を貪り、吸収している。いわば、常に回復しながらの戦闘が可能。
Shizuku is continually absorbing the life force of those caught in her shadow. She can fight for as long as she wants.
冷静に考えるんだ、リンド。覆せる戦力差じゃないだろう。
You know well enough that it's impossible for you to stop her now. But Mr. Mikaido's words are proven by how Shizuku hasn't sustained a single wound throughout the battle. Where's my friends? Like, right? On the contrary, her black shadow is pulsating like waves on a shore as if it's gaining more power. Okay. Ori.
もういいじゃないか、リンド。雫もきっと君を殺したくはない。
Rindo, just give up already. Shizuku doesn't want to kill you.
今ならまだ間に合う。 僕たちを認められないのなら、どうか逃げてくれないか。
If you can't accept what we'll do, then just turn around and run. You still have that option. It's coming from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Makaido's eyes flash a sense of sorrow and care. But
無茶を言うなよ、帝。僕がそんな弱腰だと思うのか。
have you finally lost it, Makaido? Do you really think I'd do that? Mr. Rindo gets back up to his feet and repositions himself. Bloop, 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 bloop. Shizuku simply raises her huge shadow-infused claw high above her head.
リンド、マスター君、
Rindo, master, is what he said.
さよならだ。
Farewell. We won't survive this blow. The shadow comes straight down on us. Suddenly, and without warning, an explosion appears in front of us from below, followed by a roar.
何？
What?
しゃあ到着。見たかカヌス、狙い通りだろうが。
Yeah, perfect. I told you I could do this, Canis.
いや、屋上の4分の1を消し飛ばすのは狙い通りとは言わぬと思うが。
I highly doubt that blowing away a fourth of the roof is considered perfect.
見ろ、無事だったからいいものの、危うく彼女を巻き込むところだったぞ。
Look for yourself. If luck had not been on your side, you would have blown Leah away.
うっせ、無事だったならいいじゃねえか。
Shut up, will ya? She's safe, alright? Canis! Ignis! Canis and Ignis jump out onto the roof.
なぜこの二人がここに？
How did you two get here? I thought Shizuku's shadow prevented the patrons from getting near here. Makaido and I looked at them in astonishment, to which Ignis smiles and points his fingers down.
確かに外からは入れねえだろうが、ここにはもう一つ抜け穴があるじゃねえか。
Yeah, we couldn't make it from outside, but there was another way to get here.
ああ、異世界からつながる大きな抜け穴がな。
We simply came here from the other world. How the hell did you do that?
まさかベスティアのゲートか。
Oh, Yes. Wait, Bestia's gate. Yeah, there's a gate.
ミシェルとイルが外の影を食い止めてるうちに、俺たちはてめえを叩きに来たんだよ。
Yeah, we came here to stop you while Monsieur and Il, the more powerful people, are taking care of the shadow outside. Ignis points upwards. I look up and see the two far up in the sky. Maybe it's just me, but it looks like those two are waving at me.
多勢での助力。戦いとしては褒められたものではないが、緊急事態ゆえ。
It goes against my mantra of fighting fairly, but I'll make an exception for this emergency. Akira.
ああ、卑怯とは言わないさ。雫だって周囲から力を奪いながらリンドウと戦っていたんだが。
Oh, don't worry. It's still fair since Shizuku is absorbing the life force of others.
それにまだ決着はついたわけじゃない。
Which means that the battle isn't over yet. Answering Mr. Makaido's call, Shizuku roars and causes the air around us to vibrate.
まだ諦めぬか。
Still not over.
ち、見てられねえな。リンド、てめえには悪いが速攻で。
What a pain. Rindo, move aside. He's gonna be like, no. My vision goes completely black. It was so sudden that I couldn't react at all. The shadow that was surrounding us has now turned into separate individuals, shadows that rush each other. Before we knew it, we'd been captured. The shadow felt weird. It felt like I was sinking in, a blend of water and mud. I could breathe fire, but every bit of strength in me started to leave my body. And it also seemed to have affected the others. Everyone has lost their mobility.
もう少し話していたかったんだけど、彼らが乗り込んできてしまった以上、なりふり構っていられなくなったんでね。
I wanted to talk a bit longer, but now that they've joined us, I don't have much time.
何せ、次は魔王と打天使の相手もしなくちゃならないんだ。今ここで、君たちの力をいただいていくよ。
I need to face our dear Demon King and Fallen Angel. I'll put your powers to good use. I can hear Makaido's voice in the distance as my vision fades. Shizuku must be consuming us right now, or maybe she's embracing us in sympathy in an attempt to console us. Not that I can tell. My vision goes completely black. The sounds all begin to fade away. A shrill shriek awakens my consciousness. Ah! I fall to the floor and look up to see Suzuku falling back with black liquid gushing out of her. I then see Mr. Rindo and his claw covered with the same black liquid.
なぜ動ける？雫の影に触れていたのに、なぜリンドウだけは動けるんだ？
You're moving again. I still don't know if I had the bad ending, so I was like, oh, I got the bad ending, but it's still going. This game has a lot of fake outs, doesn't it? You're moving, but you came in contact with Shizuku's shadow, right? Why, Rindo?
その答えなら、お前が一番よくわかるんじゃないか、ミカド。
Makaido, you know the answer better than anyone. I see Canis and Ignis on the floor unable to move, and likely with no power left within them. But Mr. Rindo stands in front to protect everyone.
雫をベースにした人外か。リンドウ、君が唯一無二の雫の抗体だというわけか。
Shizuku's blood, so the transformation made you resistant to Shizuku's shadow. Mr. Rindo turns to face Shizuku, who's teething from her wound. I'll end this. Makaido warps his face in disgust, hearing his decision.
なんで
Why?
なんで諦めてくれないんだ、リンドウ。僕たちは互いに雫を思っていたじゃないか。
Why aren't you giving up, Rindo? This is for Shizuku.
なのにどうしてお前は諦めてくれないんだよ。
Both want her back, so why? Why aren't you giving up? Mr. Rindo moves in one step at a time as Makaido continues screaming.
諦めないよ、僕は。諦めるわけないだろう。
Okay. I won't give up. I will never give up.
僕の目の前で大切な奴らが二人揃ってバカをやってる。
There are two good people here who are making bad choices in the worst way possible.
片方は美人のくせに壁が厚くて意外と友達が少なくてそのくせ結構甘えたがりで
One of them is beautiful but kept her distance from others while clinging on to those she loved.
片方はどう見てもそうは見えないけど本物の天才ってやつで
The other is an absolute genius who has his own quirks but is good at heart.
すごくいいやつでどっちも僕にとってはかけがえのないなくしちゃいけない存在なんだよ
Both of them are precious to me and there's no way I can lose either of them.
もう一度笑い合って普通の日々を過ごしたかった妹と友達なんだよ
I wanted to spend a normal life filled with laughter with my little sister and my friend.
簡単に諦めることなんて できるわけないだろうが。
And you're telling me to give up. The ground crumbles from his shout. His voice brings terror to him. Protect Akira. Shizuku? The siblings are no longer human. They look at each other in silence.
雫、これが最後だ。
Shizuku, let's finish this. Such a calm voice. A voice that calls for the end. They put all their might into their blows. I can't screenshot that, it's moving. There we go. Countless shadows. Shadows of all shapes and sizes form and attack Mr. Rindo. They strike his legs, arm, and body. They cut, slice, and pierce with each hit. But Mr. Rindo strikes back and carves away at Shizuku's shadow-infused tentacles. Their battle can't be stopped. They continue striking each other. The tentacles continue to grow out endlessly, but the end has to be near. A thunderous roar. Mr. Rindo pierces Shizuku's body. Glub glub. A blow that would kill any mortal in an instant. Shizuku's body begins to twitch violently, and then she slowly crumbles to the floor. It's obvious that the wound inflicted is critical even to non-humans. There's no doubt who won. Mr. Rindo drags himself up. He slowly walks towards Shizuku and looks down at her.
まるで
Again.
7年前の続きみたいだな。
Right where we left off 7 years ago. Sorrow. Mr. Rindo's expression could only be described with one word. He's a step away from striking range, a step away from the end. But before he could make that step, a silhouette quickly moved and stood in front of her. He spreads his arms out in defense.
待ってくれ、リンド。
Wait, Rindo.
ミカド。
Mikaido.
もう僕たちの負けだ。すべて諦める。償えること何でもする。どんなことでも。
You won and we lost. We'll give up. We'll atone for what we've done, so.
都合のいい願いなのは分かってる。でもどうか雫を殺すことだけは。
I know I'm asking for the world, but please don't kill Shizuku. He falls to the ground and grovels, asking for forgiveness. Mikaido pleads at the top of his voice.
できない相談だ、ミカド。さっきの戦闘で彼女が僕と同じく呪詛をもらっているはず。
I can't do that, Mikaido. Lee is inflicted with the same hex I was inflicted with from the shadow.
それを解く術が一つしかないことはお前も。
You know there's only one way of lifting the hex.
僕にとってのお前たちはかけがえのない存在だ。
You two are precious and invaluable to
間
me,
違い
but
ない。お前と同じなんだよ、ミカド。僕にも同じように命をかけてでも守りたい人がいるんだ。
I'm no different from you, Mikaido. There's someone I need to protect with my life. Mr. Rindo slowly extends his arm to Shizuku. just before his claws touch her twitching body. Shizuku roars. Surprised that she could still move, Mr. Rindo makes his move to decapitate her head when...
しずく、もういいんだ、しずく。僕たちの負けなんだ。
Shizuku, it's okay. It's okay, Shizuku, it's over. Mr. Rindo halts, seeing Mr. Mikaido embrace Shizuku. Then, without warning, a dull sound resonates through the area as Shizuku's claws pierce Mr. Mikaido's body. Mikaido! He lunges forward to help his friend. But Mikaido simply smiles and raises his hand.
いいんだ。これでもうしずくには何力も残っていないよ。
It's fine. Shizuku, she can't do anything now. And just like that, Shizuku's body slowly starts to limp and crumble away. It's as if her body was falling apart like loose sand. Mikaido looks at the wound on his abdomen and snickers before falling to his knees. Mikaido.
なんて顔してるんだい。
What's with that long face?
君が殺す手間が省
You
け
don't have to kill me yourself
よか
now.
った。じゃん、それに友達殺しなんてやらせたくないからね。
I take that back. I don't want you to kill your friend. Blood spills out from his body. Mikaido smiles.
いいさ、もともと僕の体はボロボロだ。雫の研究過程における
It's okay.
実験。
My body was on its way out anyway. Shizuku's experiment required samples.
まさに身を消すとそれは内臓の大半を壊してついには肉体年齢まで狂わせた。
I used my body for the experiments. Most of my insides don't function anymore. That doesn't sound possible. I even accelerated my own aging process.
そう。どの道僕は長くはなかった。
Regardless of what happened,
いいんだ。
my days were numbered, so it's okay. Mr. Mikaido slowly crumbles. He falls onto what remains of Shizuku.
雫を人間に戻すことにこだわったのは
I was bound by my own weaknesses to turn Shizuku back into a human. Blood spills out of his mouth.
人間でないと幸せになれないのだと。
I don't think she needed to be human. I just think she needed her sanity. That's a little
無意識
different.
に
It's a little different.
思っていた。
I always knew that she needed to be human for us to be happy again. He mustered what little strength he had left to take something out of his pocket.
本当に彼女と一緒に生きたいのなら
If I wanted to be with
もう
her,
一つ方法があったはずなの。
there was another way of doing that, a way that wouldn't cause problems for others.
ね
In Mikaido's hand is something I'm very familiar with. It's the medicine I gave to Mr. Rindo.
雫雫
Shizuku?
聞こえるかい
Shizuku? Can you hear me? Mikaido gently speaks. He calls his lover's name as she slowly crumbles away. He talks to her as if he was admitting his love to an inanimate object.
君を人間に戻せないなら僕が君と
If If I can't make you human
血
again,
になればいい。
then I'll just follow you.
もっと早くにこうしていれば君だって苦しくなかった
I should have done it much earlier. I could have saved you from your suffering. And with that, Mr. Makaido swallows the metaplasia. But he won't change into a non-human now that he's on the verge of death. Technically, our boy was on the verge of death. So what do you mean? What do you mean? Makaido must have swallowed the medicine to show his fate was in his own hands, even if it was to gain peace of mind.
これでずっ
He's dying so slow.
静
We'll be together forever, Shizuku. Kaido lets out a warm and gentle smile before taking his final breath. A whisper can be heard. Together. Mr. Rindo watches the life leave their bodies. They were in love with each other. The end of a human and non-human. They lived lives with that we ourselves could have lived. A sad and tragic fate that could have fallen upon us. I really wanted to see how his sister looked like as a human. Yeah, I feel kind of gypped by that. We literally could have just taken his model and made it look a little bit more feminine, and I would have taken it as what it is. Like, look, they even gave him younger, shorter hair. They could have done this. They could have made her. I think we say this quite often. We're like, I wish this person had a face. Il's route next. Yeah, and we're under the 2-hour mark, so I'll take a... Well, I still gotta see if there's a bad ending. There's still the after credits. But yeah, it'll be next. It's still under 2 hours right now, so if the after credits aren't a billion hours long, I'll stay on the same stream and just change and be back in like 5 minutes. Plus, I actually felt sad. I didn't bring a drink over here, and I laid a blanket down because my dog wanted to be in here. And so she's comfortable next to me, and I didn't want to get up because if I get up, she'll get up to go grab a drink. And I was like, dang it. Is that crying? Yay! Oh, it looked like they were crying. I forgot you need to do all that skipping. Oh, no, I don't. Oh, you probably weren't here at the start of my stream. So when I was playing Lethal Company with my friends, I fast forwarded through the gameplay for every route. So I have saves for every route. I was like, dude, I do not want to have to do this on stream. Let's do this while I'm waiting. It was really funny because at one point something wasn't working right, and they're like, hey, can you share your stream or your screen with me? And I said, yeah, sure. And it shared my screen of me fast forwarding through this game for a second, and I was like, oh god, hang on. I wasn't even like, before K wasn't on here, it was just over here. So yeah, I have Il and I have Ignis lined up, and then before I start Ignis's, I'm gonna go on the little date with Ignis too. That way I have it in the stream, since those little skits were like their own little stories. So that I'll play when I do Ignis's route too. I did it for his too when I first started his, but yeah. I was like, this is the only thing that's gonna make sense. There's too much fast forwarding in this. The sky above Enchante is clear and blue. I'm pouring coffee as I hum my favorite tune. I can't think of a tune. I was gonna do it as a joke. Finally, things are starting to settle down. I forgot I turned the sound down on my speaker.
GPM がいつもみたいに俺たち側の騒動を片付けるならいざ知らず。
I'm used to seeing the GPM clean up after some mess we create, but
まさか逆に GPM 側の騒動のフォローを俺たちがすることになるなんてさ。
I never would have thought I'd see the day where they're the ones cleaning up after the GPM.
疲労こそありませんが、ここ1ヶ月あちこちと飛び回ったおかげで、乙女ゲームをする時間もありませんでした。
I must say I'm not tired, but spending most of this month flying all over has taken me away from my otome games. Oh, I feel
人間
that.
にとっちゃいい薬になったんじゃねえか。これを機会に引きこもるのやめろってんだ。
Which is the best thing that could have happened to you. May as well quit your games for good.
ミシェルとイルは功労者なのだから、それくらいの自由は認めてやるべきだろう。
I say let him be. After all, Monsieur and Eel should be credited for what they did.
それで、広がっていた例の呪詛の残滓が、すべて無事に取り払えたのか。
With that said, was the residual mess from the hex cleaned and removed from the area?
そりゃもうバッチリ。って言っても、放置しても問題ないくらい弱々しいものしか残ってなく。
Oh, hit the button. Sorry, Kororo, not you, not yet. Absolutely. To be honest, whatever was left was weak enough that it would have faded away itself. Cute! Kororo is squeaking with a smile as the regulars carry on with their usual discussion. Monsieur turns around in his seat and looks towards me.
君の生活も、あれから少し時間が経って落ち着いてきたのかな。
Can I assume things have settled down for you too? Well, sort of.
ならよかった。
Good to hear, but all of a sudden, Monsieur starts to look visibly depressed.
リンドのことは。
Sorry about Rindo.
ああ、惜しいものをなくしたな。
Is this like a fake? This a big fake here? Indeed, an absolute tragedy.
あいつだって、まだまだやり残したことがあっただろうによ。
I'm sure he didn't want to leave so early in his life.
せめて彼が安らかに眠れるよ
All I
う、
can do
私が
now
精一杯祈りましょう。
is pray for his soul to rest in peace. Everyone closes their eyes in silence.
あのさ、ここぞとばかりに人を亡き者にしようとするのやめてくれないかな。
Can you guys please stop treating me like I'm already dead? Mr. Rindo appears with a frown on his face.
まったく、カヌスまで悪乗りしちゃってさ。
Unbelievable. Even you, Connus?
すまぬな。それで、最近の調子はどうだ？
I apologize for that. So how are things going with you, Rindo?
おかげさまでってわけでもないけど、体の調子としては上々だよ。
I can't say I'm fully recovered or anything, but I guess everything is going fine.
私生活の方も順風満帆。可愛いマスターが毎日そばにいてくれるおかげでね。
Honestly, life isn't too bad. Isn't as bad as I thought, not to mention I have a cute owner by my side all day, every day. Mr. Rindo walks over to the counter and then stands right next to me. And then he gently holds my shoulder and pulls me towards him. Mr. Rindo?
見せつけてくれるな魔王様。胸焼けでうっかりリンドウだけピンポイントで燃やしちゃいそう。
What a cute couple. Why, you're so cute that this Demon King just might burn Rindo to a crisp.
そうですか。愛を尊ぶ私としては実に幸せな光景だと思います。
Come now, as someone who lives for love, they look quite wonderful together.
俺は心底どうでもいいな。飯さえ出てくりゃ文句はねえよ。
I don't give a damn how they look as long as the food is good. Does that mean he now cooks and she makes the coffee because he's a better cook than she is?
おや、祝いの品がどうこうと言っていたのはどこの誰だったか。
Were you not the one who suggested buying them a celebratory gift?
てめえ、あんだけ言うなって言ったろうが。
Why can't you keep that mouth of yours shut? Mr. Rindo smiles, seeing the usual patrons go at it as he begins to help me with the chores. After the tragedy had ended, Mr. Rindo began helping me with the chores here at Enchante. What about 10? Have we got visit 10? Whoa, the music just stopped. Sentimental music. Mr. Makaido in Shizuku, Mr. Rindo lost those that were precious to him. Then a month passed, and everything was fine. With the death of those two and the help of Monsieur and the gang, the shadow that shrouded the GPM has vanished for good. It seems like the hex has completely disappeared without a trace of it left behind. And being that the GPM couldn't recover their operations immediately, Mr. Rindo, Monsieur, and the gang searched the building and infiltrated the number 2 R&D department. There, they located the research data and material that caused the tragedy. They incinerated everything with no remorse. In doing this, we prevented the existence of the number 2 R&D department from ever being exposed to the public. Why are we doing that? That was the best chance we had at destroying any information that could potentially cause more tragedy. Unfortunately, those who were consumed by Shizuku went missing and to this day have not been found because they're dead. As for the survivors, those who had come in contact with the shadow and inflicted the hex were able to recover, albeit slowly. Many are unable to explain what has happened. I can only hope Mr. Rindo's younger sister and friend can now rest in peace. And so, the truth was twisted just a bit. Incident report. The Type 2 non-human Q lost control due to probing done by researchers in number 2. As a result, the Type 2 attacked the members of the GPM. Suffering a fatal wound, Kaori Rindo administered himself a prototype drug to turn into a non-human and save his life. Akira Mikaido, who was in charge of the Type 2, assisted in stopping its rampage. Akira Mikaido was able to stop the Type 2's rampage in exchange for his life, putting an end to the incident. Mr. Rindo reported this to the authorities as what happened to the GPM. As for Mr. Rindo, there's no way he can work at the GPM in his new form. Why not? So he took a leave of absence and is focusing on his recovery. On the topic of turning back into a human, it really depends on Monsieur and the gang, along with finding the numerous research organizations. So instead of worrying and thinking about plans for the future, he's here with me every day to help run Cafe Enchante. Man, she's got a full staff now. I think about all that's happened while attending to the customers. Before I know it, it's closing time. The regulars have returned to their usual places. Mr. Rindo and I are the only ones left. Mr. Rindo, you've gotten pretty good at cleaning up the place.
伊達に一人暮らしが長くないんでね。と言ってもこの腕じゃちょっとやりづらいけどさ。
I'm just using what I know from living alone. With that said, my arm isn't much help these days.
あと、そんな顔しないで。自虐とかじゃなくて、単なる感想だよ、感想。
Oh, enough of that look. I'm not saying it out of sarcasm, it's just the truth. I'm not sure if I believe you. You worry me all the time, you know? We casually chat with each other like this through the day until we come to the obvious discussion. Mr. Rindo, you haven't decided whether you're going back to the GPM or not, right?
まあね。向こうから復帰してくれって散々連絡が来てるんだけど。
I get calls from them every day asking to come back. Yeah, because you can.
こんな被験体があのビルをカッポしたら下で、また別のトラブルにならないかなって。
I'm not sure it's a good idea for me to walk around in that building in this form. If they're gonna pay you, do it. Just do it. I see. Mr. Rindo, I know it's odd for me to ask, but I just hope you put yourself first and make the right call for your future, okay?
そうだね。でもいっそアンシャンテの正式な従業員になるのもありかも。
Ah, man. Well, how about you hire me here full time? I can't afford
僕
that. I'm
考
so
案の雫
sorry.
ブレンドもなかなか好評みたいだし。
My very own Shizuku blend seems to be pretty popular. Oh, why? Mind you, your Makaido blend needs a bit more work. Mr. Rindo created original coffee blends named after the two. As long as I'm the owner of Enchante, and as long as Mr. Rindo memories doesn't fade away, the two will live here forever.
それでなんだけど、みんなも言ってた通り、そろそろあれから1ヶ月が経つよね。
By the way, I think everyone's mentioned it by now, but it's been about a month, right? Since what? I let out a bewildered look to his somewhat abrupt
今ま
question.
でずっとさ、今後のこと以上に優先して考えたことがあったんだ。
I have been thinking a lot about a certain something for my future. We don't do flashbacks. That's too much work.
結局あの時はちゃんと返事をしなかったから。
I didn't give you my reply back then because
どういう言葉で君の言葉に答えるべきか。
I wasn't sure how to respond to it, but now before I know it, that looks aggressive. It's unfortunately can't, I don't think. Before I know it, I feel something warm on my lips. Mr. Rindo, after all that suffering and anxiety over our differences as humans and non-humans, he finally made the move. He kisses me passionately as if he needs me. She looks traumatized. This could also be what it looks like when you're getting murdered. He moves his lips away and gently smiles while I try to get my mind settled.
前回は君に押されっぱなしだったからね。
Mind you, this is just something for all that you said to me back then.
その名誉挽回とは言わないけど、
Not that this is redemption, but
あの時にもらった君からの強い思いに僕もちゃんと答えたいと思ったんだ。
this is just my way of responding to all the heartfelt words you spoke at the time. His words and action, I can feel my heart
人
pounding.
ならざる身になったことにまだ不安はある。
I'm still not sure what to expect with this body of
これか
mine.
ら先、人間である君との差を思い知って打ちひしがれる時も来るかもしれない。
There may be times I feel hopeless trying to navigate a future with you as a human, me as a non-human.
もし僕が人間のままだったらって何回も悔やむ時が来るかもしれない。
I may end up feeling a sense of regret when I think of how things would have been different if I was still human. Yeah, but the only way that would have happened was if you killed your sister like 7 years ago, so
でも
water under the bridge, but his face isn't fully human anymore. Even still, Mr. Rindo lets out the most gentle and kind smile I've ever seen from him.
そんな不安があってもやっぱり僕は君が好きだ。
Despite how
その気持ち
strong
だけは捨てられない。
my anxieties are, my love for you will always be stronger. That won't change no matter what. Mr. Rindo? Mr. Rindo continues after hearing my shaky voice.
必ず幸せにするなんて先の見えない今の僕には言えない。でも
There's no way I can guarantee that I'll make you happy in my current state, but I mean, think about it. Our ages are pretty different. Oh, it's a flashback. We're not doing that. Tricking me.
信じるって約束はできる。君が描いた前向きな未来が少しでも僕らの元に訪れること。
But I can promise you that I have faith in our future and the joy it will bring us.
こんないびつな僕の手でも君は手を 繋いでくれるのかな。
Will you still hold my hand as you did before, even with how things are now? Unbelievable. Is that even a question? You should have done this a lot sooner.
あれ割と本気めのお怒り？それは本当にごめん。
You look really angry. Sorry?
だって僕も一応は万が一にも振られるのが怖かった。
I was scared you'd laugh and say no,
普
so
通の男だからさ。
I'm a normal guy, you know.
でも君がそう言ってくれた以上、もう遠慮はいらないよね。
But now that I know how you feel, you wouldn't mind if I made another move, would you? Aw, look at that. This time it's consensual. Ooh, that's not a good sentence. We kiss because we want to. I love you, Mr. Rindo. No matter what you do, no matter how you look, I love you because of who you are. My pure and true feelings for you. A kiss for you with all my heart. La fin. That means we unlocked another prologue. I'm gonna do all the prologues in the last route since I'm sure that's all related to Monsieur. Done! Bye, Rindo! If I got all the pictures, I kinda don't care too much about the, when was it? When he came here. I believe it would be the same at first. Then he would just die like the others had. Duo. A new prologue has been unlocked! Look at you unlocking prologues. As long as we have all the photos, we Gucci. 30 out of 38. Yeah, I don't care about getting the bad endings. The bad endings, if I don't have to do them to get a picture, then like, why even do them, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure I know what happens in the bad ending, right? We die. It was a pretty high stakes game. Alright, so we're gonna scroll all the way up here. Okay, this is gonna be the one for him. Okay, so we'll click on this in just a sec. I'm going to change myself into the dress I had originally started to wear yesterday to do Il's route, and then grab a soda, and I'll be right back. And then I have a couple more hours that I can play, maybe 3? So it won't be too long, but I'll be right back. Hang on. I'll be back. Okay, this is the best outfit I got. I tried. The thing is, the reason I don't wear this very often is there's a liner, as you can already see it's bunching up again, that likes to slide underneath this, but it's so cute. And then like it just slides and I have to instantly pull on the liner again. This is my closest thing to an angel I got. It's white, so there's that. I'm debating if I can find anything else to wear for tomorrow's stream because I doubt I'm gonna finish it. Cute, cute, thank you. Yeah, the stars, isn't it? I literally bought this because I think we were doing like a Christmas party and we decided to dress up as characters. And I dressed up as an angel. Like I had a little set of wings. I don't have the wings anymore, but I had wings when I had this originally. I got a soda. And as predicted, the dog did follow me every step of the way, which is why I felt bad getting up to get a soda earlier. Alright, I'm pretty sure he was the first route I started, so I'm pretty sure this is his. I find it interesting. I guess the end of the chapter gets you the start of their stuff, but not completely. Vanilla Coke is my favorite. This one is cherry. It's cherry Dr. Pepper. I always get the zeros. This one and the strawberry cream. I used to be obsessed with Coke Zero though. Like I used to drink only Coke Zero, but like all the variations of it. Cherry Coke was like my favorite. When I go to Sonic, I always get a cherry Dr. Pepper though, because their strawberry doesn't taste too good in the drinks. Yes, this is my go-to as long as it's diet, because I drink way too much like caffeinated beverages. I have to have diet, otherwise I'm gonna have all the calories and feel sad about myself. Huh? Considering how late it was, I didn't think anyone else would be here, but I felt like I heard someone's voice coming from the backyard. I wonder if someone's there. We'll find out if I'm on the right one. I'm pretty sure this is the right one. I'm pretty sure I did Il first, then Ignis, and then Rindo. Wow, I already forgot his name. It's been 5 minutes. A bit curious, I peeked into the yard, but I didn't see anyone. Thinking it was my imagination, I was about to head back into the cafe when...
マスターではないですか。
Oh, if it isn't Leah. A voice came from above, along with feathers drifting down to me.
このような夜分にどうしました？私に何か用事でも？
Is there something the matter? Why are you here so late? Do you need something of me? As a reminder, the beginning of their stories all start at the end of the island, the Amasaki Island? I can't remember the name. Why Chi-Chi follow you around for? Because she loves me. She loves me so much. Yeah, she'd be up here in my lap if I'd let her, but my chair's not big enough for her to be up here. So instead, she's sitting on the floor beside me on a blanket I laid out for her with a pillow. Il quite literally began to float down after asking me these questions. Show your killer? Nah, I don't want to. There's too much work to get her up here. She's really short. She's a tiny little chihuahua. You surprised me. I was wondering whose voice I was hearing. Il? Wait, Il, were you just up on Enchante's roof?
はい。特に意味はないのですが、少々あの場で歌いたい気分になったもので。
My guy. There was no reason in particular. I just felt like singing up there for a bit. Singing? That's right. I thought I heard that voice in my conversation before. That's what it was. I thought so before. I heard you from a distance during the incident today. Your voice is really pretty, huh? Why'd you say huh?
そうなのですか？自分の声に対して評価をつけることなど
Like you think you're
今までな
pretty.
かったのですが。
So you agree. You think your voice is pretty. That's what it felt like. Is that what you think? I've never thought to critique my own voice in any way before. Yeah, I can't articulate it well, but it's different from a regular singer. There's something divine about it, maybe. His singing? Oh, you're concerning me. Does he not have a good singing voice? Does he have like a backtrack this whole time? It sounds pure. Something not infused with anything else, and it just feels like you, I guess.
多め？
Pure? Hill blinks in confusion for some reason. Oh, maybe that's a little nope. Esoteric? Esoteric. That's a word. I know that's a word.
いえ、そのようなことは
No, that's not true.
ありがとうございます、マスター。私にとってはこの上ない賞賛です。
Thank you very much, Leah. This is the highest honor to me. Smiling at me, Il looks up at the sky. The moon hung there in the distance.
歌は私にとって手段に過ぎず、それほど意味のある行為ではなかったのですが。
I'm more concerned. Is it because he sings Otome's songs? Is that why you're saying he's singing ... Now I'm concerned. Song is no more than a familiar method to me, an action which held none of the meanings you ascribed to it.
そのように言っていただけると、多少は価値のあるもののように思えてきます。
But with your words, I feel like perhaps it truly is something of value. He whispers with his pure voice as if looking out to somewhere far away, you will see. Oh, that's so concerning. But I have nothing on my agenda tomorrow. I work tonight, which is why I have to stop in a few hours. But if I start about the same time, 10 has been my go-to for the last few weeks, and it's been working out better for me because I suck at waking up early. I've been trying and I can't do it. So I'll probably start about 10 tomorrow. I have no plans that I'm aware of tomorrow night. So I could probably play quite a while and finish Il's route at the very least and maybe start Ignis's. That's like if I'm not being too ambitious. And then next week we can finish Ignis's route and then move on to Messier's route. So I'm hoping we'll have it all done next week and then I can start getting ready for Cupid Parasite. That's my dream. That's my goal. Or a smaller like one. Like I said, there's that one that has a demo right now. I was thinking of playing the demo. No matter what strange things happen in the world, the morning will always find its way to greet us the next day. To provide hospitality in those mornings and the day to inevitably follow is my duty. Yes, for those who are human and those who aren't. This music's so weird to me. Welcome to Enchante! No matter who my guest is, I'll always greet them with a kind smile, where memories and the aroma of coffee fill the room in this strange and sprightly cafe. And now we're on the route. We did it! He's so pretty. Like, what a guy. A melodious bird song signaled the crisp dawn, drawing my ear to the joyful chirps. I got a new translator for this one. How lovely. The sunlight stunned my eyes, sore from slumber as I shuffled to look out my window. It was idyllic, almost as if the Amasaki Island incident had never happened. Enchante sat below the brilliant sky, blue and infinite. You can't hear me, but I'm gushing about him at home. It's like, I feel it in your soul. But it wasn't the tranquility that stole my attention on this fine morning.
見てください、イグニス。このゲーム雑誌に掲載された記事を。
Please look hither, Ignis, at this article I found in the gaming publication.
ああ、んだよ突然。何
Huh? Okay, I hear you. Give it here. What's it say?
二人の科学者の運命が今交差する。サワノイダーカイ VS ノーチラス Z 特別先行試写会のお知らせ
Two scientists locked in epic battle. Sawa Norida Kai versus Noichirasu Z. Advanced test screening to be announced?
そのような奇怪な映画の話ではなく、隣の新作ゲーム特集のページです。この記事によれ
His
ば
eyes. That's why he looks like Kyo to me. That's Kyo's like standard eyes when he's like, oh my god. Not the crude film advertisement. I was referring to the previous page about the game announcement. It says here,
私が人間界に来て初めてプレイした乙女ゲームが近日リメイクにて再発売されるらしいのです。
they're remaking the first otome game I ever played, one so dear to my heart, and the release date soon approaches.
あ
Oh.
古いがゆえにソフトもハードも壊れ、ダウンロード版も発売されず、時代に取り残された悲しき名作。
The game itself was a golden classic with a dated game engine, but no means for one to download. It was tragic, a cruel era in time.
それが10年以上の時を経て、またプレイ可能になろうとは。
But now, after a decade's worth of gaming innovations, I get to savor it once more.
これこそまさに奇跡。きっと私の原作への愛と祈りが天に届いた結果でしょう。
It's truly a miracle, a reward for the lifetime of my love, devotion, and prayers, which lay in the boundaries belonging in heaven.
ふーん
I see.
聞いていますか、イグニス？
Are you even listening, Ignis?
ああ、聞いてた。落としちまった限定リンゴタルトが再販されたって話だろ。よかったな。
Yeah, I'm listening. The limited apple tart you dropped back on sale, right? Good for you, pal. Ignis munched on a cheeseburger with no intention of looking back at the magazine. The weather brought with a good conversation another one of the day's peaceful gifts. But the best gift of all was seeing Il's gleeful smile as he waxed poetically about his favorite otome game being remastered. The clock chimed as the minutes struck the hour. It dawned on me to say something to Il, who was still engrossed by the article. Il, shouldn't you get ready? Go on and prepare your belongings before we go.
おや、もうそんな時間ですか。それでは部屋から財布を持ってきますね。
Il's so rich. It's time already. In that case, I shall fetch my wallet from my room. I was going to say womb. Whoa. Il hummed a gentle tune and skipped upstairs, and as if to replace him, Hannes emerged from his room and waited for Il to pass before heading down the
イ
staircase.
ルとどこかへ出かけるのか。随分と機嫌が良かったが。
Are you and Il going somewhere? He seems rather chipper. Yep, we've been planning this trip to an otome cafe for a while now.
カフェカフェならば、アンシャンテで事足りるのでは。
Sounds like the real world, but we'll ignore it. A cafe? But if you had need of a cafe, wouldn't Enchante suffice? How to put this? They call it a cafe, but the experience is way different. So, like, there's menu items that are specially selected that are made that, like, represent the characters. Like, for you, Canis, there would probably be, like, an ice cream that, like, they set on fire that lights up blue for, like, a second. And then for Il, it'd probably be something like a sweet angel cake that has like wings on it. For Ignis, it might be something like with meat. So he'd probably be like a burger. Let's see. Rindo would probably be something a little fancy looking, like, but maybe like a salad, nothing too crazy. Because this is a cafe that doesn't do much. Monsieur would probably be a drink that changes colors. Just because, you know, magic. And that would just be one of the menu items. And with each menu item, you get like a coaster, and that coaster has the face of the person related to it on it. And then they usually sell limited edition merch. So sometimes you can get keychains, you can get file folders, you can get pens, all sorts of cool stuff. And we don't get that in America. So I just get to watch other people go to cafes. All right. The experience is way different. They diverse the menu based on location or things from the game. They even sell merch. He went on and on about collecting all the limited coasters to complete his little fandom shrine.
あいつ働かねえくせに金は持ってるから立ち悪いよな。
That guy's never worked a day in his life. He was born spoiled and he will die spoiled. Aw, Ignis. It was indeed likely the angel was in his room stuffing fistful of gold into his pouch. I'm momentarily indulged in my daydream when Ignis points his nose at me
あの
sternly.
乙女ゲームのイベント以降、箱入りが外に興味を持ったのは、まあ、それは歓迎すべきことだけどよ。
I guess I'm grateful that pale-skinned hermit finally is leaving his room, even if it's for some pansy otome event. That's so rude, Ignis.
あんま甘やかしすぎんなよ。
Just do me a favor, don't spoil him, okay? I would never. I'm not spoiling him. Besides, going to other cafes is good for business, considering it market research.
活動的になったという点だけ見れば、とても喜ばしいことなのだがな。
You said it best. I think we should celebrate his initiative and leave the house. It's an occasion. That reminds me, when I had first moved to Enchante, Il shut himself in his room to game for hours. Ignis took great offense to this and barked.
こんな出てこい、結界を解きやがれ、引きこもり天使。
Take down this barrier, you little
て
nerd.
めえもう3日はほとんど部屋から出てねえだろ。飯ぐらい食いに来やがれってんだ。
You haven't left your room in 3 days. Come out to eat at least. That's exactly what I said. Once I saw that, I said it was so rude. Like, right? Like, that's not nice.
拒否します。私はこの作品の全ルート攻略が完了するまで集中すると購入当初から決めていたのです。
I refuse. I'm committed to my mission of playing this game to completion, which demands my total concentration. On the second floor, a conflict of sorts raged between a fallen angel and a beast fighter. There was more than a couple instances of Enchante's foundation being shook.
以前にも増して、イルは趣味を満喫しているようだな。
It delights me to see Il enjoying investing in his hobbies more.
我もどうにか付き合ってやりたいとは思っているのだが、
While I, for one, would love to aid him in his quest.
行きたがる場所が場所なだけに、どうしても限界があってな。
Considering the event is open to the general public, I must decline. I'm sure. I couldn't help from smirking as there was no mistaking the embarrassment in Canis's voice. As expected, the only place Il had experienced any interest in visiting were related to otome. In other words, they're swarmed with girls. Although women who attended otome events were something else entirely, Il rarely felt comfy in spaces with members of the opposite sex.
最近はあなたとの外出に慣れたおかげか、外での立ち振る舞いもだいぶ板についてきたように思う。
I think you've been rubbing off on him as of late. His demeanor improves after each of your outings together.
間違いなく、イルにとってもいい傾向だ。本人に代わって感謝する、マスター。
Make no mistake, this can only mean good things for Il. On his behalf, I thank you, Leah. Oh, shucks. No need to thank me. It's no problem at all.
とはいえ、油断だけはすんじゃねえぞ。
Remember, don't be stupid. What a mantra. What does that even mean? Huh? Why is it so dark in my room? Is it because I'm wearing white now and it's like, let's darken the skin? Huh? Unlike Canis's show of gratitude, Ignis kept sneering, pointing his nose upwards. What if he secretly loves otome games?
やっぱあいつは俺たちと比べてもいろいろと欠けてる部分が多いんだよ。
All of you want to pat the baby on the back for leaving the house, but he's still gonna crap his pants.
どんな行動が人間にとっての異常になるか、何をしたらやばいのか。
The guy's got no idea how to act in front of humans. He's a walking nuclear bomb and no one has a clue.
そういう部分の理解度が想定よりもはるかにできてね。マジモンの箱入りなんだ。
Couple that with his lack of social etiquette and baby, you don't stand a chance.
俺たちが一緒でも1秒目を離したら大惨事なんてことザラなんだ。
Put us on a timesheet and give us shifts if you want. The moment someone takes their eyes off him, boom, disaster. Take it from me.
だから慣れてきたからって甘く見んなよ。
That's why you can't loosen the leash just because he's learning how to be normal. Wow. Walking nuclear bomb? Ignis? You're so dramatic.
お待たせしました。それでは出発しましょうか。
Thank you for your patience. Shall we get going? Yeah, let's go. Alright, we'll be off. Ignis, Canis, make sure the place isn't burned down while we're away. You both have fire in some form of the way, so be careful.
任された。
Of course, you have my word.
たく、あいつ俺たちが人外だってこと忘れてんじゃねえか？
Has it totally slipped her mind that no one here is human? Oh, look how cute! Wow, amazing. Dude, okay. We got Collar X Malice. I don't know. I did great. I did real good. I feel smarter now. The third one looks like the one I want to play that has the guy that does Anku's voice in it, but black box. As we settle into the eager crowd of fangirls, I heaved an astonished sigh. Wait, I guess he's the main character. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. He wasn't my favorite route in Collar X Malice. I'm like, does he deserve that giant poster? Also, look at the window. I just noticed that. I see Code Realize. And it looks like some witchy people. I don't know who those are. It has girls on the window. As we settle into the eager crowd of fangirls, I heaved an astonished sigh. Gorgeous decoration, big illustrations, panels decorated all around us. At the back of the shop was a humongous widescreen TV playing otome-related trailers on a loop. For a moment, I thought I had found myself in just such a game, but that was silly. This isn't an otome game. Just as I anticipated, he was in his element.
マスター、私たちの席はここです。早く座りましょう。食後には店内の撮影会もあるのですよ。
Leah, our seats are this way. Let us hurry and take our seats. After our meal, we should hurry to the photo booth. I don't know if you've watched. Oh no, I'll never think of the name now. Home? Is it called Home? It has the guy from the Big Bang Theory. He plays an alien. And they call him O. And it's like, oh. Like, that's how they call him that. And it had Rihanna as a voice actress and Jennifer Lopez as a voice actress in it. What the heck? But anyways, he's an alien and he always like uses words a little bit wrong. That's what he gives me the vibes of right now. After our meal, we should hurry to the photo booth. The fallen angel, liberated from his usual graceful veneer, frolicked around excitedly. As I reminded him to calm down with a genuine laugh, I took a glance around. Il stood out. That much was true. Thankfully, unlike last time, it seemed that other guests assumed he was with me. The thought gave me relief, and I headed towards the seats Il motioned towards. That guy is cute. This guy, hang on, let me click on this. It doesn't do my mouse on the screen if I don't. He looks cute. This looks like, hang on, I have it bookmarked. I have a bookmark. This one I don't know though. The guy in red. Oh, my game sounds crackling because I clicked on things. That's Collar X Malice in the window. This is Collar X Malice. That's the newer Collar X Malice, if I remember correctly, the DLC. It goes full screen and it brightens my entire face up for a second. I like how I have my computer set to night mode, and even though it's set to night mode, it starts off with bright. Let's see. Not Reigns, not that one. Snowbound Land. That's what it looks like to me. It's thinking really hard right now. Why does this have only one photo? Show me all the photos of the boys. Show me the boys. Yeah, that's Snowbound Land, right? Right? Am I wrong? No, it's not Snowbound Land. It just has a boy that looks very similar to him. He's got red hair, though. Is Snowbound Land even the same company? I think it has to be the same company, right? Is this Ideal Factory? No, this is Akasaka Kapasa. So that's... No, it says Automate, so that should be an option. This is what I'm doing now. I'm getting Cafe Crew Prefer. Nope, not there. He might be Reigns de la Friffer. Which my friend says she has this game, and I told her to bring it to me. Because maybe it has an English patch, and maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't, but I want to try. No. They have so many characters that look so similar. It's weird. I'm so easily distracted by otome games. Oh god, I need to stop. Okay. Well, I only can name off one of them. The other two I'm questioning. As we sat in our chair, my eyes darted around the table, staring in awe at the luncheon mat and other memorabilia. I watched as Eel carefully stored the paper luncheon mat into a case without creasing them when we both peered at the menu. As we flipped through it, Eel's eyes widened at the vibrant photographs inside.
素晴らしい。
Magnificent.
このメニューは私の一押しキャラクターの好物です。盛り付けを含め再現度はほぼ 100%。
This dish is an homage to my favorite character. How they managed to reproduce it to near perfection accurately stupefies me.
加え、専用のスプーンまでもが彼を象徴するマークでデザインされています。
Not to mention the intricate details of this exclusive utensil with symbols of his engraved onto the handle. Ah, they really spared no expense. I never would have noticed.
ええ、素晴らしい再現度と愛にあふれたファンサービスです。
It is a superb reproduction. This is the zenith of fan service.
このメニューの考案者にはぜひ天の加護を施したいものですね。
May heavens bless whomever designed this exquisite menu. It does seem worth the money. Not always.
見てくれこれ気まぐれで買った宝くじが
Look at this. I
当選した
bought a lottery ticket on a whim and I
マ
won.
ジですか先輩いくらゲットしたんです
Are you serious, senpai? How much did you win?
5000円
$50?
え微妙
That's nothing.
バカ野郎嫁に財布を握られている身としちゃ大金だ今夜飲みに行くぞ俺がおごってやれ
Hey, buddy, with a wife as expensive as mine, I need all the help I can get, but tonight's drinks are on me. The man's cheery mood brought a smile to my face. I peered back at the menu. Okay, let's decide on what to order. You said we get one coaster per item, right? Il nodded. It seemed he already made up his mind. Well, it was rare for Il to show any sort of interest in food aside from sweets. The occasion stirred something in him, and he ordered the stew, which caught his eye the moment he opened the menu. Order the trendy drink, order the character latte art. In that case, maybe I'll go with the pasta for drinks. Thank you for waiting. The server set down her tray and placed down our meals along with our steaming cafe lattes. I noticed Il had ordered the same thing. Oh, so I got the other thing. Whoever prepared the drinks drew a lovely illustration directly on the foam. Oh, I'll go back. Try ordering the other one, I'll do it. Refers to a technique of drawing pictures on the surface of cafe lattes and cappuccinos. There are two types: free pour, where the picture is made while pouring milk foam, and etching, where a special tool is used to draw. So wait. I made the right choice, or the other choice is the right choice? The latte I chose was correct? Well, then we'll go back and read the other one really quick, just to see what it says. Remember, we're doing this blind. It doesn't show me a love-o-meter in this game. Ah, this one looks pretty. Maybe I'll go with this. Thus, I decided to order the drink, a sort of black and purple blended mix, which was something of a novel appeal. Our frothy beverages were quickly served along with our meal. When the server placed my drink in front of me, I was astonished by how similar it looked to the menu photo. Is this drink also an homage to one of the characters? Il closed his eyes and nodded as he began to explain in great detail.
そのドリンクのモデルになっているのは、とある乙女ゲームの独占欲が非常に高い攻略キャラクターの青年ですね。
This drink was modeled after one of the game's eligible bachelors, a young but ambitious lover with a thirst for glory.
彼は主人公を大事に思うあまり、
He cherishes the heroine a bit too
恋愛
much.
感情を自覚した途端、自宅に監禁し、恋敵となる他の男性を社会的に抹殺しにかかります。
When at last he realizes his intense feelings for her, he traps her within his home and conspires to murder his rivals for her heart. Oh no! It sounds like amnesia. Wait, what?
淵に付属しているレモンはおそらくそのシーンで用いられた手錠を表現しているのかと。
The bits of lemon zest on the rim represent handcuffs he uses in one particular notable scene to restrain her. I see. All of a sudden, Il revealed a piece of bizarre subtext that made me question whether or not I'd ordered the right drink. I mean, handcuffs? What in the world was this game? Despite my morbid curiosity, I lacked the courage to ask. Oh my god, that's beautiful. That is so the guy from Amnesia. Does he have handcuffs? I mean, he locks her in a cage. And I think he said he was going to kill people so that they wouldn't find her. Oh, stars, that's good. That was good. My face hurts now. Wow, this is amazing. How'd they do it?
そうでしょう、そうでしょう。崩すのを躊躇してしまうほどの出来です。
Indeed, well put. I hesitate to drink it for fear of spoiling its immaculate presentation.
しかし飲み残すのはルール違反とのことです。せめて貴重な記録を残してからいただきましょう。
However, it would be just as uncouth to let it go to waste. Perhaps it would be best to achieve the memory before we sip. He'll joyfully took out his smartphone to snap photographs of the latte art. I mimicked him, taking one photo myself to honor the occasion. I stared at it for a moment on my phone, taking in the finer details. This is an animal, right? It's cute. What is it?
人間界の南半球の海に生息する鳥類の一種にして海鳥。
A species of seabird which is congregated near oceans in your planet's southern hemisphere.
通称ペンギンですね。
Better known in common parlance as a penguin. What you doing, bubbies? Oh, just moving. Okay. It was a penguin. But look at the way its bangs curl. Why does it have an aristocratic haircut?
髪が生えていてもペンギンです。ジンゴも取得しています。
Irrespective of its hair, it's still a penguin, one seemingly capable of human speech. Huh, I see. I guess it's a video game after all.
かつ、日本の神です。とある神社で祀られているそうで。
In Japan, some regard it as a deity. It has its own shrine and even a siek of followers. A siek? A god? The lore was getting out of control. The more I heard, the more puzzled I became. It occurred to me that asking any lingering questions would only confuse me more. I decided instead to take in the rich aroma of my food and dig into the meal. It doesn't look gorgeous. It also tastes delicious. Being a chef myself on top of owning the cafe, it was bittersweet admission. I couldn't deny myself the stimulating experience, which only inspired me more. I wondered to myself how well received a line of illustrated lattes would be at Enchante, perhaps with latte art of the regulars. After all, no other cafe could claim that. What a wonderful idea it was. I trolled a fork worth of pasta into a snug bite, mentally working out the details.
こちらのメニューもとても美味です。よろしければ一口お分けしましょうか?
I suspect you might find this dish delectable as well. Care for a bite? Huh? Is it that good? Maybe I will.
はい。では。
Very well. Here. What sweet, innocent eyes. As I turned to face Il, I froze. To my surprise, a fancy spoon was held right before my face, neatly cradled with a touch of sauce on top. And so this is the design made in the image of that character. Wait, this isn't the time for that. Il, is this?
遠慮せずにどうぞ。
No need to hesitate. Go ahead. That's not what I meant. As expected, his gesture drew attention from all around the cafe. It's because he's so cute. A fact, however, to which Il seemed oblivious, showing no signs of embarrassment as 100 eyes were pointed at us. That'd be 50 people, I might add.
乙女ゲームのイベントでもよく行われている行為だったので、一度再現してみたかったのです。
I've seen this gesture depicted once or twice in some of my favorite otome games. I've always wanted to see it for myself. He flashed a look of genuine satisfaction. Then Il began to sway the spoon as though to urge me on. Come on, eat
どうし
food.
ました?これは親しい者同士での普通の行為では? SNS でもよく画像を見かけます。
Something wrong? Is this not a normal act between two people of intimate closeness? I often see images of it on SNS. Huh? That's right, but...
それとも、私はあなたとこの行為ができるほどの相互理解や親睦を満たしていませんか?
Or is it a case of which I have yet to satisfy the mutual understanding or friendships required for such an act? This was not the case, of course. For all intents and purposes, I should have been close enough to Il by now. Honestly, it was simpler than that. I was embarrassed. But the last thing I wanted him to do was feel silly, so I tried to muster the courage. Just one bite. I let Il guide his spoon into my mouth and I ate the stew.
いかがです?普通のシチューとは少し味付けが異なるでしょ?
What do you say? Not your typical stew, is it? Yeah, it's delicious. I wonder what the secret ingredient is. I overcame the sudden trial as I let out a mental sigh of relief.
そうだ。私もあなたの料理を食してみたいです。
I'd like to sample your dish as well. Poke. Il pointed to his own lips, smiling as though he was waiting for me to reciprocate. It was only natural for me to do so, right? As if to answer my question, he gazed at me with his innocent eyes. With a bright red blush, I obliged. After completing the second sudden trial, as I take a bite of the additional dessert which Il had ordered,
グッズの注文はいかがなさいますか？
would you like to order some goods?
缶バッジとアクリルキーホルダーを私と彼女の2人分それぞれ上限ずつお願いします。
Button badges and acrylic keychains for both her and myself, the maximum number permitted for each of us, please.
上限いっぱいですね。かしこまりました。
The maximum? Understood. His casual manner of requesting was impressive.
すみません。
Excuse me?
そのコースター、私が持っているキャラと交換してもらえますか？
Would you by chance be willing to trade your coaster for the character I have?
ええ、ぜひお願いします。こういう催しの参加経験は少ないので、そちらから申し出があり助かりました。
I was ready to ask the question. I have little experience participating in this kind of event, so I'm relieved you asked in my stead. Then Il bounced happily around the different stations, trading duplicates with other girls. If anything, I was thrilled that Il was enjoying his time at the cafe. Even for myself, there were merit to be found mingling with fans at such an event. It was a wonderful introduction to Otome. It's not her introduction. She went to an Otome event already. Of course, speaking of Otome games, I had recalled our conversation earlier that day. By the way, Il, I overheard you discuss some kind of remastered game with Ignis this morning.
マスター、もしやあの作品に興味が？
Leah, are you interested in the title? Yeah, you said it was the first Otome game you played after coming to the human world, right? You gonna see baby Il?
私が人間。
I don't need a flashback. I don't need a flashback. We just saw this. It's just happened. It was 5 minutes ago.
はい。あの作品で私は愛の素晴らしさを知りました。
Indeed. I must credit that game for providing true insight into the wonderful world of romance.
司るテーマは、汚れなき真実の愛。
It preached the value of unconditional love. Did it though?
はあ、その響き自体が素晴らしい。あの作品こそが今の私を作り上げたのです。
What a sentimental thought. Dare I say I haven't the faintest clue who I'd be today without playing it. I got the impression from Il's heartfelt claim that the game left a huge mark on him.
やはり美しき愛を知るのに、乙女ゲーム以上に参考になるものはありませんから。
If one wishes to acquaint themselves with the beautiful matters concerning the heart, then they need to look no further than Otome.
ああ、思い出したら発売日が待ち遠しくなってきました。早くこの手に届かないものでしょうか。
Just thinking about it stirs my anticipation for its release. Is there no possible way for it to come sooner? I can tell you're excited. Still, love, huh? I was hit with anxious thought of my own. What was it about love that had so thoroughly entranced Il? Was he a romantic? My gut instinct told me that his fascination with the concept was more rooted in his love for Otome rather than romance itself. Since he was an angel on top of being referred to as Cupid, it seemed he just liked love. That seemed like the likeliest situation. In which case, what was the worth in questioning him about it? The moment I decided the game with him, however, the more interested I became. Not to mention, playing it would help me understand Il better. If it's so interesting, then maybe I should try it too.
本当ですか?
Really? Yeah, lately I have some time and stamina to spare too. I mentioned this to Il as I skipped to the menu title info page hoping to learn the hardware requirements. However, what could I do? It was far more expensive than I had anticipated. I could ask Il if he would let me borrow it, but doing so likely meant less time for him to play it himself. I looked up, lost in thought. The Switch cost $300, Il. It's not happening. And there he was, still beaming with joy, ready to continue talking about the game in great lengthy detail. After everything I said, it seemed painful to admit my doubt of being able to afford it. I guess I need to save up some money. I softly mutter under my breath so Il wouldn't hear me.
Hmm. やはり数の多いコースターコンプリートはそう簡単ではありませんでした。
It seems that when it comes to completing the coaster collection, the high number of attendants worked in our favor. Right, since they're random, we ended up with a ton of duplicates. But we could go again. The Otome Cafe is going to be open for a while, right? Il began to blink his eyes at me when I posed the question.
また来てくれるのですか?
You want to go again? With me? Sure, if our schedules align. I affirmed Il's hopes, causing his cheeks to relax.
嬉しいです。あなたが来てからというもの、自由に楽しく外出ができるようになりました。
Splendid. With you beside me, I feel truly liberated, free to be myself.
もちろん今までソアンや港の外出も有意義ではありましたが。
Thought he was going to talk longer, my bad. Before that, outings with Soan and the others were also worthwhile, but
前回のイベントや今日のようなコラボカフェはなかなか来る機会もありませんでしたし。
our previous outing along with the Otome Cafe today were not opportunities that came often. I see. I'm happy if you're having fun, Il. We talked lively as we headed back to Enchante. At first glance, Il was acting fairly normal, no different from any other pedestrian, but I couldn't help myself from letting Ignis's warning drift back into my head as I looked at Il. He's a loose cannon! I did it, we don't need all that.
そういう俺たちだから。
Lots of flashbacks, we don't need those. We just had this conversation. In these circumstances, Il wasn't outwardly causing any problems and our simple outing went smoothly. Considering Il's carefree personality, sure, there was a number of things I needed to look out for, but yeah, it's nothing to worry. I mindlessly blurted my thoughts out loud. She's doing the same thing she did in Rindo's Route. As we approach a familiar park, Il stopped walking.
マスター、公園で休憩にしませんか? 歩いた距離から考えると少し疲労しているでしょ?
Yeah, would you like to rest in the park? Considering the distance we walked, are you feeling fatigued? Huh, but don't we have to hurry back to your room to open your goods?
開封のタイミングで中身は変化しませんし、元よりあなたの体力より優先することではありませんよ。
Their contents won't change no matter when I open them, and regardless, I value them less than your health. He smiled gently as he made his suggestion. True, just as he said, my legs felt a bit sore. I see. In that case, would it be okay to accept your offer? If he leaves you have a problem. Il and I found ourselves a nearby bench upon which we sat to take in the sights. Time slowly passed. The bustle of town echoed from the distance along with lively voices of children. Combined with the fair weather and my fatigue, naturally, I fell asleep. Yawn. A yawn spontaneously welled up from within. Whenever sleepy thoughts enter my head, oftentimes that would be it. I started to nod off to sleep.
マスター、そのまま私に身を預けて寝ても
Oh gosh, don't fall asleep. He's gonna cause a catastrophe. I can sense it. Lee, I wouldn't mind if you chose to relax for a moment around me.
日が落ちる前には声をかけますから。
I'll let you know before the sun sets. This scene, the music, laugh, watch. At Il's gentle prompting, my field of vision dimmed further and further. My cheeks leaned over and touched his shoulder, and just before I passed out,
せっかくです。あなたが心地よく眠れるよう歌を奏でましょう。
and while I'm at it, perhaps I shall sing you a lullaby so you may sleep more comfortably. Is he about to turn into a friggin' angel? From Il's throat, a clear and beautiful singing voice spread through the park. It lulled me into a world of slumber. As my thoughts began to dull, my field cut in and out. Why was I here? What was I doing? Unable to find the answer, my consciousness filtered between light and
おや、
darkness.
目が覚めましたか、マ
Oh
スター。
my. Have you awoken, Leah? A soft-spoken voice lifted me from my heavy slumber. Ah, thank you, ill. I think I dozed off for too long. Right. Or so I was about to ask. Within my field of sight, there were several people collapsed on the ground. I was dumbstruck. What's going on? Right before our eyes, men and women fainted throughout the park. The old man sitting on the bench next to us, hunched over like he had gone limp, was with closed eyes. That wasn't all. Oh my god, is he Jigglypuff? Even dogs that were being walked and birds, which moments earlier chirped in the trees, had fallen to the ground. In other words, for some reason, every person and animal within the park lost consciousness, a bizarre situation to put it lightly. This is bad. We need to call an ambulance. I hurriedly pulled out my smartphone to call, but
必要ありませんよ。彼らは単に眠っているだけです。
there's no need to call. These people have simply fallen asleep. Huh? Il nonchalantly interrupted me. As he said, when I took a closer look at the unconscious people, one was snoring away, resting comfortably with his tongue sticking out. Ill? A cold swept down my back. Don't tell me this was.
はい、これは私の歌、砲術の影響です。
Yes, that would be the effect of my lullaby. That's magic for you.
あなたがよく眠れるようにと行ったのですが、どうやら範囲内にいた彼らにも影響してしまったようですね。
I did it to help you sleep comfortably, however, it seems to have affected everyone within quite some range.
時間が経てば自然と目を覚ましますし、何も問題はないかと。
Ill's beautiful singing puts people to sleep. He's Jigglypuff now. They should all wake up naturally within no time, so there's no need for concern. I screwed up. I was at my wit's end, ready to scream. Within no time? How long will that be?
そうですね。皆耐性のない人間ですから、効果は3日ほど継続しますね。
Given the circumstances, since they are humans with no magical resistance, I anticipate 3 days. That's practically a coma. Then, from outside the park, people gathered in large numbers, noticing the mass of people who were rendered asleep. What should we do? Today's top story: an entire park has inexplicably fallen into a coma. I was beginning to see the headlines playing on TV in the future. But I couldn't just leave these people in their current state, so I thought the best is to call an ambulance. As I grabbed my smartphone out of my pocket, 2 familiar figures drew out from the crowd and began to approach us.
二人とも
You two?
あっちゃー。術の気配から予想はしてたけど、やっぱりイルの仕業か。
Oh, dang. Something in my gut told me how it's magic, but I had no idea it was Eel's doing. Monsieur Rindo!
奇遇ですね。2人が共にいるとは珍しい。一緒にお出かけを？
What a coincidence. It's so strange to see you two together. Are you on an outing?
そんなわけないでしょう。僕は完全な通りすがり。ミシェルは君のやらかしに感づいてきたんだよ。
Of course not. I just happened to be passing by. Monsieur's the one who sensed your blunder. Rindo seemed a bit flustered. He motioned with his eyes towards us at Monsieur, urging him to say something.
はいはい、言われなくても対応しますとも。ああ、君たち人間組は耳塞いでて。
Right, right. You don't have to tell me. I'll deal with it. I suggest you cover your ears, humans.
魔界名物ハーピーの鳴き声アラーム。スイッチオンってね。
Here's a special delivery from the demon world Harpy's speech. Just a moment. Harpy, a monster that appears in Greek mythology, also called Harpia. The face and chest are of a human woman. The rest of the body is a bird, including wings. They often appear in RPGs as enemies, and sometimes in fictional stories, also usually as enemies. As Rindo and I put our hands to our ears, ow! Even with my ears covered, the shrill voice pierced through my head. After several seconds, all of the slumbering people and animals began to wake one by one in confusion.
ま、とりあえずこんなもん。目撃者へのフォローは頼むよ、リンド。
Well, I guess that's that. You handle the witnesses, Rindo.
OK。そっちはすでに手配済み。それより、まずはうちの打天使様にお説教だね。
Okay, I've already made arrangements. More importantly, first we need to give our fallen angel here a lecture. He was taken by total surprise. All he could muster as a response was a troubled tilt of his head at Rindo. He's like, what? I was giving Leah a reason to sleep. With the uproar in the park settled, we all managed to return to Enchante. However, Il sat poised in his chair with all the other regulars encircled around him. Rindo too was at the center, slamming his fist onto the table as he interrogated Il.
さて、イル。何か言いたいことはあるかい？
Now then, Il, got anything to say for yourself?
そうですね。あえて意見するのであれば。
Let's see. If you insist upon knowing.
カリア、そこの計算は間違っています。今出した値は X ではなく Y の方へ代入するのが正解です。
Karira, your calculations are incorrect. The value you just found should be substituted for X, not Y. Why not X?
え、マジで？ああ、これ引っ掛け問題か。
Wait, seriously?
ありがとう。
I see, this was a trick question. Thanks for the save. Yeah. It's like a child puppy being lectured. He doesn't know what he did wrong. Yeah, you can't get onto an animal. It doesn't understand. It lives in the now. After receiving the instructions, Karira, who was bent over in a seat a few tables over, ran his pen through his homework assignment.
そうじゃないでしょ。
That's not what I meant.
お？先ほどからリンドはなぜそこまで憤っているのです？私はただ歌っていただけですが。
Rindo, for what reason have you been so upset for me? All I did was sing.
それに公園で歌ってはいけないと、そのような諸注意を受けた記憶はありません。
Yet you chastise me for doing so. I have no memory of ever receiving such a warning before. Il's lack of concern prompted Rindo to grab him angrily by the temples, forcing Il to look at him. By the temples? How is he grabbing him by the temples? With a look of indifference, Kanis cut into the conversation.
まずは、お前が歌った結果、引き起こされた事態を振り返ってみろ。
Il, for starters, I want you to think carefully about your little song did to all those people. As instructed, Il reflected back to the time.
聞けば、昨今の人間は忙しさのあまり睡眠時間が不足し、体調を崩しているとのこと。
I have heard a recent trend that humans on the whole have had their sleep schedules reduced, which is advisor of their health.
よって、彼らは私の歌により短時間とはいえ質の良い睡眠が取れました。大変な善行と解釈しますが、いかがでしょう？
He's so content and happy. Like, that's the part that's so sad. With the help of my song, however short its duration, they received quality rest. I see this as a good deed. Don't you agree? He gazed back proudly in an almost divine way.
それがそう。
Is this like when he got everyone to give them his sweets? He's like tricking them. He's mind tricking them. That's, well, yes, I suppose so.
いや、ちげえだろ。
No, that's wrong. God, I'm still just trying to fix the liner. It's starting to slide. This is, again, one reason I don't wear this very often is the liner loves to slippity slide on its own. I saw Monsieur straining a smile at this interaction, so I asked him a question. Monsieur, does Il's magic work whenever he sings? It worked on the island when he was singing. As I recall a time in which we walked in the coolness of the evening light, Il was singing, which sprang forth a miracle of sorts.
状況によりけりかな。今回は意識せずに歌ったから、あんな形で周囲を巻き込んだけど。
It depends on the situation. This time he did so unintentionally and ended up involving everyone around him, but
通常はちゃんと対象や範囲を指定して発動させるから、そうそうこんなことは起きないよ。
normally it's possible to designate these kind of spells with targets and areas before activation, so it's not a common thing. I see. So this doesn't always happen. That's good. Well, maybe not good.
それと、イルの法術は決して歌が必須というわけではないようなのだがな。
While Il's magic is not entirely dependent on his voice.
それでも、天使が法術を行使する上で、歌は重要な儀式となるようでな。
It seems when angels utilize magic, song is an important part of the ritual.
より上質な効果を望む、もしくは大規模な術を使う。そういった場合に用いるらしい。
For instance, when casting a larger, perhaps a more concentrated spell, song may aid in that process. In other words, by performing a divine hymn, he strengthens his spell. Angel Song, an important ritual for angels. By offering a song to heaven, they can be bestowed with increased magical power or other desired effects. What a thought-provoking concept.
この国の神社や祭りでも神に恵みを祈り舞が捧げられるでしょ。あれと似たような感じなのかもね。
People use shrines in this country to pray to their gods for blessings or offer a dance in tribute. Think of it as a similar gesture. I get it. Wait, if it was a prayer, does that mean Il had prayed for me to rest, which resulted in his powerful lullaby? But simply, the cause of disturbance was my own existence? I became dizzy with anticipation, began to sweat bullets in my head.
ともかくさ、今回も後処理はどうにでもしておくけど、イルは周囲への影響を考えて動くこと。
Regardless, we can deal with this another time, but Il needs to think before he acts.
このやりとりも何回目だろうね。
How many times have we been through this now?
同様の質問であれば、私がアンシャンテに来てから計37回ほど経験していますね。
If you mean similar instances of questioning, I've experienced this only 37 times since coming to Enchante.
そこを覚えてるんなら、その先を学習しろっつうの。
If you can remember that, you should remember the rest.
まったくだな。
Indeed. Before I knew it, the cafe's usual calm atmosphere was disturbed. Huh? Everyone, wait a second. Are you already done with this conversation? Everyone gave me a puzzled tilt of the head in response to my question and blinked curiously. I know things thankfully worked out, but a lot of people were involved. Maybe you should get Il to understand a little more about how dangerous it could have been. You know, like, shouldn't you explain a little more to him? I turned my gaze once again to Il, the one at the center of this. His eyes were closed as he was lost in song. Oh no, do I scold him? There was no mistaking it. He had no idea how dangerous that situation could have been, not the slightest grasp. I don't know if he'll listen if I explain. We're gonna scold him. I'm scared, but we're gonna do it. If you're going to get mad, you may as well reprimand him. Vocalizing my harsh opinion brought a wistful look out of Il.
そうですか。私は今からあなたに怒られるのですね。
I see, so you wish to scold me. That's right. What about it? I can't see why it would be difficult to scold him. I cleared my throat and take a breath. With everyone's efforts, we could make sure that no matter what Il does, we can trust him to make the right call. However, we shouldn't miss an opportunity to teach him not without our help. Il needs to be able to think and make decisions for himself. We should encourage that. After all, in the end, the one to face the consequences and suffering will be Il himself. Honestly speaking, my guess is that Il will write this off as only being prohibited from singing in the park. I began to explain in great detail. Everyone had a surprised look on their face, but they seemed to understand.
それは、まあ、確かに。
That's probably true.
人外だから、天使だから、いるだから。そんな風に考えてしまって、僕たちで対応するのが前提だったのか。
She seems to be scolding them more than Il, honestly. You guys are letting him off too easy. Because he's not human, he's an angel. Because it's Il, I suppose we let it slide. We just figured he would never learn.
言われてみりゃ、そうだよな。てめえ自身が理解しないから、何度でも同じことをやっちまう。
Now that you mention it, that's right. He doesn't know jack shit, so he keeps screwing up.
ここで過ごす中での常識に我らは甘えていたのかもしれんな。
Perhaps we've grown soft from spending so much time with him. Even so, despite saying that, it occurred to me that changing Il's patterns of thought would be quite the challenge. Yeah, it's called a... Oh, what's that word again? Nature versus... Oh, that's not the right one. Belief? Like it's an internal thing. It's hard to change one's beliefs, which is he believes he's fine. For now, I decide to explain to him about this specific disturbance. Il?
はい、何でしょうか。
Oblivious. Yes, what is it? Well, it's true that humans value their sleep. It wouldn't be safe for someone to suddenly pass out, then maybe bump their head on the ground, right? That would be dangerous. So going forward, I'd appreciate if you took that into consideration. Would that explanation suffice? What exactly did his silence mean? Normally, Il was all smiles, so when he became stone-faced, I had no idea what he was
な
thinking.
るほど。人間の脆さを失念していました。確かにそれは危険なことですね。
I see. The frailty of mankind slipped my notice. True, that would be dangerous.
わかりました。以後、外で催眠系の術を使うのは控えることにします。
I understand. Going forward, I will refrain from using sleep magic while outside. Okay, that's right. Excellent. He grasped what I was telling him. With a sense of relief, I stretched out my arms, after which Ignis said something with a
ま
yawn.
解決したならいいけどよ。今朝俺が言った言葉の意味、嫌っつうほど分かったろ。
That might be well and dandy, but didn't I tell you this morning, huh? Yeah, you were right. Too right, almost. Maybe we need to reassess things. It was really fortunate that no one got hurt, just sheer good luck. But if our fortune turned... For now, it was nothing more than a what-if scenario, but still it came to mind. While thinking such things, I went to Rindo and bowed at him slightly. I'm sorry about this, Rindo. I'm sorry it takes a lot to work to mobilize the GPM.
ああ、いや、いいんだよ。実際君の言う通り、僕も注意を適当に済ませてたところがあったし。
It's fine. In fact, it's as you said, it was my fault for letting him off the hook. No, it was careless. I'm the careless one here, or so it seems. But without even going this far, GPM is a government organization, so we can't keep bugging them. As I was deep in conversation with Rindo, I overheard a conversation that was going on concurrently behind me.
なぜ私のことで マスターが謝罪をするのでしょうか。
Why has Leah apologized for something I did?
そりゃ監督責任ってやつだろ。お前の世間知らずを承知で連れ出したんだからな。
It's called supervisor responsibility, but she took you out without knowing what a numbskull you are.
監督責任
Supervisor responsibility? He's not taking that too well, is he? Several hours later, after all of us had finished our dinner. Supervisor responsibility. When a high-ranking member of a team takes responsibility on behalf of their team. I opened a dictionary on my smartphone and repeated the definition in my head. To think there was a custom for falling on the sword for someone else's blunder. But then I remembered what Rindo went all over Amasaki Island on an apology tour.
理解できません。
I don't understand. Who received what benefit for the establishment of such a role? Humanity was truly incomprehensible.
ですがこれはさすがに彼女へ謝罪をすべきでしょう。
However, it would be best if I apologized to her directly. My lack of foresight has embarrassingly moved Leah to bow an apology. She seemed truly regretful. This stirred feelings I couldn't quite place. The manifesting such consequences inspired me never to make the same mistake again. I crept quietly downstairs. I overheard a running faucet. It seemed she was in the kitchen tidying things up after dinner. Slowly, I continued. I tiptoed towards the kitchen. Something had pulled my collar from behind, forcibly halting me in place. I sensed no physical force, but rather a magical manipulation of space. There was only one being other than myself capable of such magic.
こらこらストップ。イルは厨房できんでしょ。
Don't move, Il. Weren't you banned from the kitchen?
欲しいのはジュース、ケーキ。俺が取ってきてあげるから、ここでおとなしく待ってな。
Do you want juice? Cake? I'll grab it for you, so be a good boy and stay put. As expected, it was Monsieur.
違います。私はただマスターに。
That's not it. I wanted to see Leah.
ん？コーヒー？ああ、カフェラテ入れてほしいの。なら片付けが終わるまで待たなきゃね。
Coffee? Do you want her to make coffee latte? Then you'll have to wait till she's finished.
いえ、ですから。
No, I'm saying... He misunderstood my objective completely. However, I had no time to explain, and he forcibly sat me down at the stool behind the counter.
おい、そんじゃ俺は魔界に戻るから、ちゃんと彼女に時間外料金を払うのを忘れないようにね。
There, I'm heading back to the demon world. You better tip her, working after hours. We don't want to be rude, right? With the parting gift, Monsieur fled the room, shutting the gate behind him. I had been given clear instructions not to enter, so I had no choice. All I could do was wait here for Leah to come
おい
out.
こっちの皿洗い終わったぞ。
Hey Leah, I finished washing these dishes here.
続きは我に任せておけ。
Leave wiping and drying to me. Okay, thank you too. It seemed I had erred, for Leah was not alone. Connus and Ignis kept her company. Judging by their tone of voice, they were assisting her with the cleaning. For some reason, I was assailed by a dull knock of emptiness.
まだしばらく時間がかかりそうですし、部屋に戻りましょう。
It seems this will take some time. I should return to my room. With that, I marched back to my room. Then I rested my cheek upon the hammock, which lay in place of a bed. Normally, I would immediately pick up a nearby game console and start up an otome game, but at this moment, it felt like a hollow pursuit. In open public spaces, I had been forbidden from singing divine hymns. If only they had told me earlier, I wouldn't have erred so Gossily, I can't even. However, where could I have obtained such information? I hadn't been here in 10 years. Such matters were of no concern before. When Soan was still alive, this place, Enchante, was my world. I once believed otome games to be the cornerstone of my emotional education. It's not good because they have magic in otome games. He needs something else. Once in a while, Ignis would drag me out and I'd venture outside with Soan, but no matter what occurred, it was swiftly dealt with and no such criticisms had been levied at all. Which is why I had no need to learn of the world outside, nor did I have any interest. But now it's different. Ever since Leah arrived, my curiosity in the outside world blossomed. I sought knowledge outside of my comfort zone, but my fever, in tandem with my carelessness, caused considerable trouble for Leah. Not only had she escorted to something I insisted upon seeing, I repaid her kindness by foisting responsibility onto her. These cryptic feelings stirred tirelessly within me, so I sought comfort by nervously caressing my limited edition figures. Ugh. The means and process to purchase such goods was well recorded, so I learned it immediately. Learn common sense. Study society. Over and over, Rindo, Ignis, and others instructed me to do so. However, no matter how many internet pages I perused through, I found no such documents. I hadn't a clue what to reference. What were sense and sensibility? What had they differed from manners? What things are allowed to be done? What things are subject to punishment? What helps others adapt to the human world as if it were nothing? This guy, he's spiraling. And there's something stuck in my eye. Oh well. Why am I the only one here at Enchante who has been left behind? 'Cause you wanted to be, my guy. You like the room. Leah's a good human. She's politely listens to what I have to say and took me to places at my request. Causing trouble for her was no admirable act, that at least I understood. Then going forward, to avoid repeating the same thing, was it best for me to refrain from ever asking her to take me outside? Oh, this sounds like me. Oh, yes, I'll just stay alone forever. He would know the answer at a time like this.
いる。入っても構わぬだろうか。
Il, do you mind if I enter? A voice at the door interrupted me whilst deep in thought. This low, piercing voice belonged to Connus. Had he finished assisting Leah? I had no particular reason to refuse him entry. Come in. I returned through the door.
失礼する。夕食時のお前の様子が
Excuse
少
me,
々気にかかってな。
I was a little concerned about you at dinner.
今回の件についてだが、あまり気に病むな。
About today's matter, don't pay it too much mind.
無論、お前自身が己を見直す必要はある。だが、偏った対応を取ってきた我々にも、それなりの責任が。
Of course, re-examining couldn't hurt. However, since we failed to address the issue in the first place, the burden fell on us.
あ、いる。どうしたのだ？
Il, is something the matter? I just realized the layout for this hammock is crazy weird because the posts go at the end of his little cubby, but looks like it starts above the bed, or sorry, the couch.
それは私の言葉です。どうしたのですか、カヌス。私の顔を見つめているのでしょう。
I should be asking you, is there something the matter, Connus? You were staring at me. A strange feeling came buzzing in my ears. Had I struck a nerve with him?
いや、何かいつもと雰囲気が異なるような気がしてな。
No, it's just the air about you differs from usual.
さすがのイルも反省しているということか。
Could this mean that our ill is feeling a bit pensive? Introduced by Connus tilting his head in question at me, I returned the same gesture. Is ill gonna have a split personality? The following day, thanks to everyone's quick reaction, the incident never went public. But we weren't totally off the hook.
ほほー、なるほどなるほど。それは面白いことが起きたものだね。
Oh, I see, I see. Quite the intriguing phenomenon.
まあ、起きるべくして起きたって感じっすよね。
Well, it feels more like something was bound to happen. Dromi's voice is turned down a bit because he screeches too much. At the time, an unusual combination of guests had visited. Of all the regulars who normally could handle the rush without issue, only Rindo was here with me.
イルさんがどんだけ強いか知らないっすけど、ベスティアじゃ生きていけなさそうっす。こう、騙されて、サクッと殺されそう。
I don't know how strong Il is, but he'd never make it in Bestia. He'd be skinned alive in no time.
てか、俺の名前も間違えて覚えたままだし。天使ってみんなあんなぽやぽやな感じなんすかね。
But he still doesn't call me by the right name. Are all angels such airheaded dopes?
お待たせしました。ご注文のアイスホットケーキとバニラアイスになります。
Thank you for waiting. Here are your hot cakes and the vanilla ice cream you ordered.
配膳ご苦労様だね。では早速いただくと。
Thank you for your service. Now to get right to...
このアイスホットケーキとやら、レンジでチンが必須のやつでは？
Aren't these hot cakes normally served, I don't know, warm?
面白い能力っすよね。俺が頼んだのはアイス
Why
で
do you
よ。
keep getting so dark? What's wrong with you? Weird. Sucks to be you. I'm glad I just ordered ice cream.
かった！スプーンの方が折れ曲がっちゃったんすけど。
Why the hell did it bend my spoon? Keria, these two are here as customers right now. Kirida and Kororo next to him clicked their tongues at the same time.
ごめんね。昨日の騒動を聞きつけたのか、どうしても連れてけってうるさくてさ。
Sorry about this. After hearing about the disturbance yesterday, they insisted to come along.
ミカドのやつ、最近はドローミともよくつるんでて、その時もたまたま一緒だったから。
Kaido and Dromi have been spending lots of time together. Why in this route have they been spending a lot of time together? Here they are. No, it's fine. There's still customers here. I appreciate their business. Our lively chat continued for a short while.
いやー、それにしてもつくづく打天使というか、彼の得意性は興味深いね。
But still, that's quite like a fallen angel. His peculiarity is more intriguing. Kaido had given up on poking his hot cake with his fork, gazing at the stairs leading up to the second floor. Did you say peculiarity?
そうだとも。彼は人外の中でもレア中のレア、天使なのだよ。
Yes, very much so. Even among non-humans, he is a rare breed. Angels know what I mean?
身体、頭脳ともに優れた存在にもかかわらず、人間界についての知識を身につけるのが非常に遅い。
His body and mind are remarkably powerful, yet somehow he failed to grasp some of the most basic aspects of humanity.
この矛盾、得意性と言わずして何というのかね。
He's a paradox. If that's not a peculiarity, what is? If I say it slow enough, it makes sense. Now that Mikado had said it so fervently, I stopped working for a minute.
ああ、考えてみればそうっすね。俺だってもうここにはある程度馴染んでるのに。
I think he might be onto something. Even I've gotten used to living here. He's a weirdo.
なんつうか、あの抜けっぷり、天然の一言で片付けていいんすかね。
How do I put this? Where I come from, what do we call that kind of person? An airhead. That's...
というわけでだよ。この際、イル君も一度カリア君のように精神鑑定を受けたらどうかな。
Therefore, how about we take this opportunity to conduct a psychiatric test on Il, just like with Kadia?
そう、むしろ今からでも。
And yes, in fact, right now, no. Upon saying this, Mikado ran up the stairs to the second floor. Hey, wait, you can't just go up on your own. However, without a moment's delay, Rindo grabbed him by the collar and restrained him.
話したまえ。人の善意はありがたく受け取っておくべきなんだぞ。
Let me go. You should accept the goodwill of others when they offer.
いや、お前のは善意じゃなくて単なる好奇心だからね。
No, this isn't your goodwill. This is simply your own curiosity, isn't it?
ほら、もう目的は達したんだし、帰った。この後、向かいと合流する予定なんだろう？
You've completed your objective. Go back home. Weren't you supposed to meet someone?
僕は諦めないからな。首、もとい羽を洗い、ふっかふかにして待っていたまえ。打天使ことイル君。
I've never heard the phrase wash your neck, so I don't know what that means. I won't give up. Wash your neck, or wash rather your wings to fluff them up and wait for me, fallen angel Il.
羽毛布団かよ。
This isn't a petting zoo. After being casually tossed out by Rindo, Mikado strides away from the shop.
言ってる当人がイルさんに負けず劣らず変人す。
The guy saying that is just as big a weirdo as Il. Stop being mean. I'm translating. It's almost felt like Kororo gave Joromi a cold look and told him you're one to talk.
っていうかさ、俺思ったんだけど、
Also, I just thought of something.
人外って大半はいるみたいなもんなんじゃない？カヌスたちとかがこっちに馴染むのが早すぎるだけで。
Aren't the majority of non-humans like Il? It's only people like Canis who are quick to get used to living here. What do you mean?
ほら、俺体調管理のためにたまにメディオへ空気を吸いに行ってるじゃん。
You know, like how I sometimes have to go take a breather in Medio to maintain my
そ
health.
こで小さい妖精とかにちょくちょく会うんだ。けどさ、
Well, there I like to meet with the small fairies and
やっぱ
such,
こっち
but
の話が通じないっていうか、まず、ホニャララとは何って知識の話から始まるんだよね。
what I say often doesn't translate. They always ask what's that, so I have to explain.
普通はさ、そういうもので通じるから説明なんていらないじゃん。
Normally you just, it's just understood as what is it? And you don't have to explain, right? Upon hearing Kirida's words, Rindo realized something.
ああ、そうか。例えば妖精に対して車道は危険だから気をつけろって忠告しても。
I see. For example, if you were to tell a fairy roads with cars are dangerous, so be careful to warn them.
まず、車が何かから説明して、そこからまた、車の何が危険なのかまで説明しなきゃいけない。
Right. First, I'd have to explain what's a car, and then go into explaining what about a car is dangerous. That made total sense. After all, fairies had wings. There's no need for cars in their world.
妖精たちはメディオだけで生活が完結してるからいいけどさ。
Those fairies are only able to live in Medio, so it doesn't really
イ
matter.
ルは人間界で生活するのが精一杯で、それを学ぶ機会が存在しなかったんじゃないの？
But Il had to put all efforts into living in the human world. He didn't really have the opportunity to learn those things, right?
まあもちろん、 自分から引きこもってた影響もあるんだろうけどさ。
Of course, there's also his bad habit of locking himself inside his room. That's right, it's Il's homeland, also known as Callum, seems to be put value in different things. What was he thinking? Rindo went silent with a serious look on his face. Maybe Grandpa had felt the same. He had to put all his efforts into helping Il settle into a normal life. There was no time to teach him anything else if only he had more time. But if Il ever changed his mind, if he strongly desired to know more about the human world, I'd want to help him however I could to help him fulfill his dream. However, speaking of Il, he hasn't shown up in the cafe at all.
いつものことじゃないっすか。きっとゲームに夢中なんすよ。
Isn't that how it normally goes? Guy's a gamer, if you know what I mean. I guess that's true, but I just hoped he's not too down about yesterday. Did I break him? Did I make the wrong choice and I have the bad ending already? I look over at the stairs that Mikado charged towards only a minute ago. A fury of anxious feelings come to me. In the end, after sunset, it was time to close the shop, but Il never came downstairs. I went out to buy things for dinner. As I greeted and chatted with townspeople who I had met along the way, I realized something. Compared to everyone else, I don't hear much talk about Il. Of course, some people express concern for him, like the elderly couple I passed by, but for most part, nothing conspicuous. It's probably because when Grandpa was still alive, he never got to leave the house, which explains why Il never realized how peculiar his values and behaviors came off to others. Since Il started coming outside, I don't really want to restrict him too much, right? I just have to be more careful next time. Carelessness is the greatest enemy. I engraved those words into my heart. Just then, by sheer coincidence, I happened to pass in front of a game store. Sitting in front of the store was a large retail TV which played live music. It was hit with deja vu as I choked my stare at what played on the TV screen. Oh right, is this an ad for that memorable otome game Il mentioned? When the title was finally revealed, my hunch was confirmed, so I struck around to watch it. Ooh, it was footage and edited. I ended up making a low voice of impression, which, like Connus would when
Enchante のマスターか。
the owner of Enchante. Behind me, someone talked with a pretty close distance. I swung around quickly in surprise. Before I knew it, standing there was a man who I'd seen before, but I didn't really know. He's wearing a hood, and his face is almost totally hidden. Ah, if I recall, you're Mikaido's assistant.
皇帝 GPM 開発課課長帝明は私の雇用主だ。
Affirmative. GPM Development Division Manager Akira Mikaido is my employer. Hello, this is the first time we've spoken, right? I'm Leo Waki. It's nice to meet you. Did he not hear me?
お前はいかなる理由でこの映像を観察していたのか。
Tell me, why were you watching this video? This video, he meant the otome game ad, right? Out of interest, I guess. One of my regular customers has been looking forward to this game's
例
release.
の打天使か。
Do you mean the fallen angel? Oh yes, it's him. Mikaido must have told you, right?
皇帝だ。
Affirmative. He said it was a remake of the first otome game he ever played.
そうか。
I see. Unlike Mikaido, you're not very interested in Il, are
回
you?
答を拒否する。第三者に語る必要性を感じない。
I refused to answer. I needn't bother telling a third party. I see. A silent type or just a bookish
無
person.
駄話が過ぎた。帝明よりことづてを預かっている。
Enough idle talk. I have a message from Akira Mikaido. From Mikaido for me? When he visited this shop around lunch, he was forced to leave, so maybe you didn't get to tell
皇
me.
帝天崎島における事件林道薫による妖精界メディオの調査資料の増加により
Affirmative. Because of Amasaki Island incident, I'm here to perform research on Medio on behalf of Rindo.
帝明はしばらく多忙となり安倍刈谷の身体検査を担当することが不可能となった
Akira Makaido will be occupied for some time, will be unable to take charge of medical examinations for Karia Abe. Wait then, what should we do in the meantime?
もとより安倍刈谷は自主的に GPM に出向く傾向がない
From the start, Karia Abe has no inclinations to go to GPM of his own volition.
よって帝明の代理として私が次回以降のアンシャンテに出向き彼の検査を担当する
Thus, in Akira Makaido's replace, I shall head to Enchante to take charge of his examinations. I see. Makaido must be having a tough time. I understand. I'll let everyone know. While we're at it, please come by to enjoy some coffee as my guest too. Anyways, I'll be going now. Please treat Karida well. Good, she knows how to walk away from a conversation. Alright, gotta go. Bye. Bye.
ああ、やっと見つけた。こんなところにいたのかい、女子くん。
Finally found you. There you are, assistant.
まったく、人を迎えに来ると言いながら、約束の時間も場所もガン無視するとはね。
You said you'd pick me up, yet you totally ignored the time and place we
お
agreed
かげ
on.
でこの人混みの中、君の姿を探す羽目になったよ。何度おまわりさんに声をかけられたことか。
Because of that, I had to search for for you, and this crowd police officers came up to question me several times. Why?
ところで、
By the way,
去り際の姿がちらっと見えたけど、アンシャンテのマスターと話していたのかい？
I caught a glimpse of a person leaving. Were you speaking with the owner of Enchante?
直接会話するのは初めてだろう。どうだい？彼女に対する印象は。
Wasn't this your first time speaking directly? What was your impression of her?
平凡平均的なステータスしか有しない人間
Ordinary. One of the most unremarkable humans I've ever met.
あれを御する力などかけらも持っていない
She seems totally incapable of controlling that.
つまり興味なしと。厳しい評価だね。喫茶店のマスターにそんな能力を求めるのも酷だと思う
So I
け
take it you
ど。
weren't a fan. A harsh evaluation, but perhaps it's expecting too much out of a cafe owner.
それよりも帝明
More importantly, Akira Mikaido.
お
Yes,
この広告映像
this advertisement video.
乙女ゲームなる娯楽機構についていかなるものなのか詳細な説明を要求する
Concerning the amusement mechanism of otome games, what exactly would that be? I request a detailed explanation.
は
Huh? After I had secretly watched Leah depart so that I could go shopping. Okay. I returned to my room and began to play otome games as I normally would. I could not shake yesterday's event from my mind. As Kanas had suggested, it was imperative for me to live as usual. However, my thoughts and actions contradicted. Normally, the stories of love shared between the characters on my screen would cause my heart to flutter.
なぜなのでしょう。今は全く楽しめません。
If only I knew at the moment I'm having no fun. I could hardly put on my headphones. Is it really okay for me to be carefree and play otome games like this? Absent-mindedly, I returned my gaze to the otome game screen in my hands. I pressed the progression button. The next message is, "Thank you for all your help. You're so dependable." The heroine's lines of gratitude to her, the one of the main characters displayed.
頼り。
Dependable. For some reason, while the words itself wasn't too unusual, it caught my eye. I pondered the meaning of the word, which suddenly appeared in my view.
頼りになる。頼る。頼られる。
Dependable, to rely, to be relied on. I realized I had never taken the opportunity, and I searched through my memory. In otome games, if something happened, it often was the case that a love interest would help
少
out.
々意地悪をする者はいますが、問題を起こして主人公を困らせるようなものは少数のはず。
While some can be a little ill-tempered, very few cause major issues for the heroine or cause trouble for her. I would say 1 in 5 is not very few.
最終的には主人公を助け、好意的に捉えられるものが大半。
In the end, they help the heroine and most often earn her favor. Perhaps that goes for Leah as well, if she has a similar state of mind as the heroine. Monsieur, do you have a moment? I found some unusual coffee beans. I wanted to try blending them. I wanted your thoughts on the taste and to ask for any advice you have.
もちろん、ミシェル先生がしっかり助言してあげますとも。
Of course, Mr. Monsieur is always willing to lend some expertise. Sorry about this, Canis. I know I asked you to carry everything. Is it heavy?
この程度は軽いものだ。他にできることがあれば何でも言ってくれ。
This is very light. If there's anything else you need, please don't hesitate to ask.
お前な、一人で外出るなら好きだらけで歩くのやめろっての。
You know, if you're gonna go out alone, you shouldn't walk around so vulnerably.
タチの悪いナンパ野郎に絡まれるの、これで何回目だ。
How many times have some low-rate pickup artist bastard pestered you by now? You say that, but how can I not be so vulnerable? But I'm glad you showed up to help, Ignis. Thank you. I recall daily life here with the figures of others helping Leah. In contrast...
マスター、マスター、今日時間は空いていますか？
Leah?
あなたに折り入ってお願いがあります。
Leah, do you have free time today? I have an earnest request for you.
可能ならば今日中に、ここに
I'd like to go to this place. That's the aquarium. I just baked those wonderful cookies you mentioned before.
ありがとうございます。あなたの焼いたクッキーは程よい甘さで大変好ましいのです。
Thank you very much. The cookies you baked have just the right sweetness. I truly adore them.
私は特にこのココア生地が練ってあるクッキーの味を気に入っています。
In particular, I like the flavor of these cookies with cocoa kneaded into the dough. When you say that, it makes it worth making them. Oh, I'll clean the dishes, so leave them there. Are there any other snacks you want? It might take some time to practice, but I'm up to the challenge.
そうですね。では、
I see in that case. I stood in reflection until I realized
私はほとんどマスターの役に立っていないのでは。
I'm not really doing anything to help Leah, am I? In fact, I asked her for things. I am pampered, and now I've created more work for her. Well, in a way, I suppose nothing changed since Sauron was around. But with her, when it comes to Leah, for some reason, I have this urge to rebuke myself. Even though right now she's not in low spirits or in any sort of trouble. But that doesn't change how kind she is as Enchante's keeper, for which I am grateful.
彼女
Therefore,
のためにできることを。
something I can do for her. Before I realized it, I had put away my game console and walked in front of a certain room.
あ、誰だよ。
But who's there?
私です。
It's me,
箱入り？お前が俺たちの部屋に来るなんて珍しいな。
the
入っていい
hermit.
ぜ。
I didn't know you ever left your room. All right, come in. A hermit. While I was somewhat accustomed to the term, it stung as I entered the room. Ah, there's no sign of Canis. He's likely returned to media. Okay, so I was right. They didn't say this earlier when they showed this room. but it looked like it was split into like half of it was Canis and half of it was Ignis, because it had 2 beds in it. That was the first hint. I'm just trying to cross my legs. Scare the dog at the same time. You know, she's like, what's happening? I just crossed my legs, I'm so sorry. I decide to get straight to the
イグ
point.
ニス、あなたに尋ねたいことがあるのですが。
There's something I wish to ask you.
んだよ、またゲームの話か。なら俺じゃなくて、カヌスかあいつあたりに。
What about a game again? Then don't come to me. Talk to Canis or Leah. I shake my head
あな
then.
たが言う箱入りから変わるにはどうすればいいのでしょ
You call me a hermit, but to change that, what should I do?
は
What? Dun dun dun. Is this going to be a game that tells me to play less otome games? Because I will not stand for it. I need to turn this back up. Oh no, I think I turned that down for Lethal Company. Oh well, it's up again. So there you have it. For a while, Makaido's assistants will be stopping by. Don't be surprised if he enters the shop. Just greet him as normal. While they partook in their dinner, I told everyone about my earlier conversation. Already told Rindo, who isn't here, and the main person concerned, Karia, through my smartphone.
う。了解。にしてもアンシャンテにも新規の顧客が増えたね。
I understood. Still, this means an additional patron for
う
Enchante.
ん。少し前までは想像もしていなかった変化だ。
Yes, just a short time ago, I never would have imagined such a change.
大半がろくでもねえ客だけどな。あの変人の部下ね。癖がある予感しかしねえな。
Although most of the guests aren't decent, that weirdo subordinate, huh? I already have a hunch that he's got quirks.
警戒は必要であろうな。
We should be on a guard. Just being Makaido's assistant has done huge damage to his reputation. Oh, that reminds me, I forgot to ask his name. I should ask next time. Until he tells me, I go with Mr. Assistant for convenience, as I think about calling him this. I take a glance over at Hill, who has finished eating his pancakes and ice cream parfait. He's quiet right now, but he was responding like normal during dinner. It seems he's gone back to his usual self, so I'm relieved. Just then...
ごっそさん、今日の飯もなかなかだったぜ。
I'm stuffed. Today's food was pretty good. Ignis finishes eating his last bite. Everyone takes that as a signal to say their after-meal greetings. Then, everyone except for Il stand up from their seats to carry their dishes to the kitchen. As usual, Monsieur and Canis go to take Il's items. Or so they tried. Il picked up his plate and avoids their outstretched hands. What's wrong? He would always just smile and thank them for taking it. Il looks at the plate in his own hands, and his face stiffens into a somewhat dignified look.
私、自分で片付けます。
I'll clean up after myself. With an uncertain manner in his hands, he stacks the plates he was using and then raises them up. I was waiting for him to drop them. That'd be so sad. He's working so hard and he just drops it. Strains to keep some balance and walks towards the kitchen entrance. At that time, at that moment, a great commotion overtook Enchante.
バカな。イルが自ら片付けを。一体何が起きたというのだ。
Impossible? Il cleaned up after himself? What in the world has happened?
今やってる乙女ゲームにすごい鬱エンドがあって、その精神的ショックでどうにかしちゃったとか。
Maybe the otome game he's playing had an extremely depressing ending and he's working through the mental shock. Mood. Hokkaido? Wait, no. Maybe we should call Mr. Assistant to do a medical exam?
お前らな、冷静に考えろ。逆に今までこんぐらいのこともしてなかったのがおかしいんだっつうの。
All of you shut up and think. You got it backwards. He should have been doing this stuff from the start. That's true, but this is too sudden. It's so weird. I'm worried.
あいつだって気が変わることぐらいあんだろ。
He's allowed to change his mind if he wants.
ごちゃごちゃ騒いでねえでよ。俺らもとっとと片付け。
Quit fussing over it. Let's clean up too, and... Ignis's face suddenly stiffened. He pointed his gaze towards Eel's hands as he entered the kitchen.
バカ！お前なんで大皿をコップの上に重ねてんだ？んな持ち方じゃ落とすに決まってる。
You idiot! What are you doing stacking plates on top of cups? If you carry them like that, you'll drop... That night, the fallen angel's redemption was punctuated by the shattering of dozens of dishes. It thundered beautifully throughout Enchante. He truly is trying. Chapter 2. That's got to be one of the longer chapters. They've been averaging about an hour, and that was about almost 2. Moonlight illuminated the empty road. A man desperately ran along the road, unnaturally devoid of any sign of people. No matter how much he ran, no matter where he fled. Help! Someone! No matter how much he shouted, there was nobody to hear of his crisis. Nobody to lend him a hand. There was only the man sprinting in the darkness and... Whichever path he chose mattered not. A white shadow descended from above. Considering its height and visible eyes, the only thing for certain was that it resembled a young man. Seriously, who are you? Why are you chasing me? Of course, a normal young man could never soar through the night sky. This fact alone set the youth apart from being comprehensible to men. He was no different from a monster. Only silence is returned. When the young man narrowed his eyes, at the man's feet many layered, complicated patterns appeared. Something interrupted the man's whimpering holler. What is this? There was a beam of light that carried the man to another place. The boy checked to see where the man went. Behind him, other white shadows approached and called to him with indifference.
サンプル回収完了。
Sample recovered.
目標数は残り13体。各自対象範囲内で実験に適合する人間の捜索、捕獲に戻れ。
Only 13 more until we cover our objective. Everyone head back and continue searching for suitable subjects. Without so much as a nod, the white shadows dispersed in silence. Their leader gazes upwards to the night sky. Then he stops himself. He gazes in the distance of a certain cafe and mutters to
あるべ
himself.
き姿に戻る時が来たぞ。
It's time to restore order. Wait.
あるべき姿に戻る時が来たぞ。
Then, one week after the Great Commotion, for better or for worse, Cafe Enchante more or less continued as normal.
有名人の不倫、政治家の横領、根拠のかけらもない神隠しね。
Celebrity scandals, political controversies, totally unexplained disappearances. Here, Ignis, the hamburger and juice you ordered. I put hot sauce on it, but it's still not enough. You can use this tobacco.
ああ、サンキュー。
Oh, thanks. Monsieur, Canis, you ordered espresso, right? Also a side of lemon pie? Rindo, I assume cafe latte is
う
fine?
ん、ありがとう。ところで、イグニス、君が読んでるのって週刊誌？
Yes, thanks. By the way, Ignis, are you reading a tabloid? Upon Rindo's question, Ignis threw the bright magazine back onto the table.
ああ、気まぐれに買ってみたが、やっぱこういうのはうさんくせえニュースしか載ってねえな。
Yeah, I bought it on a whim, but it looks like they only print a bunch of nonsense.
そのうさんくささが面白いのに。
Oh, but the nonsense is what makes it so thrilling.
政治家の闇に迫る。とか、ちょっと中二っぽいセリフ、今時ネットニュースにも載らないし。
Politicians crossing into darkness or the like. Not even internet headlines can entice the reader like that.
まあ、真偽はともかく、想像力はかきたてられるかもしれんな。
Regardless of fact or fiction, it stirs up the power of imagination.
俺、そういうの読んだことないから全然わかんないや。
I've never read any of those, so I have no idea.
キュ
Kyokyo. Don't worry, you don't have to read them, Kororo. And as the idle chatter bantered on, everyone glanced at the chair in the corner. There, shrouded in a heavy air, a fallen angel sat grasping his knees.
重症だね。
This is a serious illness. Upon Monsieur's mumbling, everyone nods. That's right. For some reason, ever since that day, Il has taken the initiative to ask for ways he could help out in the shop. Il, you don't have to force yourself. You can just carry one plate at a time.
いえ、それでは計13往復。時間の大きな無駄となります。前回の失敗で重ね方は学習しましたし、も
No,
う
that
心配は。
that would require 13 trips, an immense waste of time. I learned from my previous failures, so need to worry. When he tries to carry dishes, he ends up shattering them into dust.
本当にやるのか、イル。
Are you really going to do this, Il?
無論です。あの上段の段ボールを下ろせば良いのですね。その程度のことならば容易に。
Of course, you want the top box brought down, right? Something like this is simple. What's that noise? Is whoever in the warehouse okay?
イルが段ボールの山に埋まった。すまんがマスター、捜索と救出を手伝ってくれまいか。
Il is buried under a mountain of boxes. I'm sorry, Leah. Could you assist me in rescuing him? Yeah. When he helps to organize the storehouse, he knocks things over and makes an even worse mess.
雨の気配がします。本格的に降られる前に今度こそ。
I sense rain, this time before it begins to fall.
なぜきちんと取り込んだはずなのに。
Why? I know I took it all in.
いる洗濯物はね、洗濯バサミを外しもせず引っ張ったり引きずったらダメなんだよね。
Il, when it comes to laundry, you can't just pull and drag down whatever without removing the clips. When he tries taking in the laundry, not only did he tear the clothes, but he hadn't separated the colors. Everyone should be wearing weird colored clothing, is what I'm hearing.
だから傾けすぎだっての。飲み物一つまともに注げねえのかてめえは。
I told you, you keep tilting it. Can't you pour just one lousy drink? Even while preparing a cup of juice, the cup would be knocked down or spilt. The frequency of the failures was depressing even for Il. Il? I approach Il and speak to him gently.
はい。この打天使に何の用でしょうか。
Yes. What do you need from this fallen angel? I sensed an intense amount of self-loathing behind his words. You know, about all the chores you've been helping out with for a while. Like, if this was D&D, he's just rolling ones. They're like, can you pick up this plate? And he gets a 1, and they're like, nope, you dropped it. You don't need to be so gloomy. Everyone messes up.
誰でも
Everyone? That's right. At first, I messed up all the time, just like you. I'd break dishes or burn the food. Mom and Grandpa kept teaching me, and eventually I became better at doing chores.
そうなのですか
I
あな
see.
たも
So even you. Il raises his head a little and makes eye contact with me. However, there's still no cheer in his eyes.
あなたの励ましには感謝します。一理あるとも思います。
Thank you for your encouragement. I think there's truth to it.
ですが、
However,
散々物を壊し、汚していたりしているというのに、あなたは私を叱りません。
I've broken so many things and soiled so many others, yet you don't scold me. Is that your mom?
あ、もしや怒りを通り越して呆れてしまっている
Perhaps you've gone beyond anger and are simply giving up on me. That's not... Before I could refuse, Il himself shakes his head at me.
いいえ、申し訳ありません。あなたはそのような考えに至る人間ではありませんでした。
No, never mind. I apologize. It would be presumptuous of me to draw such a conclusion.
マスター、今すべき手伝いは他に何かありますか
Is there something I should help you with right now? Right. Not in particular. I finished with all the orders.
ああ、いる。なら君もこっちに来れば、彼女が焼いてくれたクッキーもあるし。
Il, how about coming over here? There are cookies she baked. Perhaps because he saw Il frowning, Monsieur made a suggestion.
いえ、皆でどうぞ。私は自室に戻ります。
You enjoy them yourself. I'll return to my room. Il refuses and trudges up the stairs. In the wake of his absence, we all look at each other.
どうしちゃったの？俺、イルのあんな姿初めて見るんだけど。
What's happening to him? I've never seen Il like this before. Me either.
俺たちも、っていうかそもそもとして、なんでいきなり手伝いなんてしたがるようになったんだろうね。
We neither, but first things first, what inspired him to get so gung-ho about cleaning?
公園での騒動を起こした翌日から様子がおかしかったが、何か思い当たることは？
He's been acting strangely ever since the day following the park disturbance. Do you happen to know why? No, I can't think of any reason.
ああ、その件なんだけどよ。
Yeah.
ちょっと話がある。
About that, I might know why. Ignis puckers his lip. He starts talking about something that happened 1 week ago. I see. In other words,
イルが公園の騒動で責任を感じていて。
Il feels responsible for what happened in the park.
その件について相談を受けたイグニスがとりあえず手伝いをするようアドバイスしたってことね。
When he consulted you about it, you gave him helpful advice, right?
なんていうか、誰もが善意で動いてるのに、結果が惨事っていうのは悲しいね。
Words escape me. I find it tragic to see some with such good intentions only for their efforts to result in disaster. Rindo's solemn words got even Karia and Kororo to nod in agreement.
最初は失敗すんのも今までサボってたツケだと思って呆れてたんだけどよ。
Everyone screws up at first, but I just kind of figured it was part of his slacker charm.
あれはもう同情するレベルだな。俺らが把握してる以上に生活能力ねえぞ、あいつ。
Now I even pity the poor wimp. He's more hopeless than any of us, though.
で、
Thought.
何か言うことはあるか？元凶の死んだじじい含めた甘やかし三重視。
So any of you want to own up to this? You know who I mean. The three amigos of enabling. That includes you, old man. Ignis narrows his eyes, glaring right at Monsieur Encanis.
すまぬ。しかしイルを見ていると
I'm sorry. However, whenever watching Eel,
こうなぜか守護せねばならぬと騎士としての本能が訴えてきてたな。
it's just for some reason I can't help but fulfill a knightly duty, my desire to safeguard him.
その俺としてはイルが家事に興味持つとか思わなかったし、
In my case, I just assumed Eel would never show any interest in
やら
chores.
せたらやらせたで危なっかしいというか、見てて心配というかね。
Plus, it seemed like a hazard to propose such a thing. Watching him is no easy feat, you know?
その甘やかしの結果、ダメージ食らってんのがあいつ自身じゃ意味ねえだろうが。過保護鉄仮面とブラコン魔王面。
Well, thanks to all your excuses, now the guy's suffering. Things for nothing, you chuckle pucks.
す
Don't know
ま
what
ぬ
that means either. I'm sorry. This begins to sound like a parents having an argument over how to raise a child. But why?
何が
Why what? Why as in, what's got Eel so bothered? This goes beyond a lack of life experience by now. As Mikaido said before, Eel possesses immense intelligence and dexterity.
ああ、そういえば俺も前に調子が悪いスマホサクッと直してもらったかも。
And now that you mention it, before when my smartphone was acting up, he fixed it in a jiff. Right? Plus he makes a real effort to learn how to help. It just doesn't add up. So Kirida and I, along with Kororo, who copied us, scratched our chins in thought when... Welcome! As the bell beneath the front door rings, a hooded man appears. I hurriedly straightened my uniform, heading to the entrance to greet him. It's been a while, Mr. Assistant. You came here to give Karida his medical exam, right?
皇帝だ。
Affirmative.
よろしく。
How's it going? This is awkward. Oh, right. I never asked for your name. Could you
名
tell?
乗る必要性を感じない。助手という呼称のままでいい。
We needn't partake in pleasantries. My title more than suffices. I see. Indifferent as ever, Mr. Assistant goes to an empty room with Kadia and returns in less than an hour.
経過は良好。精神身体ともに安定している。
Progress is favorable. Mind and body are both stable.
長期にわたりこの店から離れなければ体調を崩すこともないだろう。
So long as he doesn't leave here for long periods, his condition will remain as thus.
そっか。
I see.
問題ないのは良かったけど、カリア君、彼に変なことされなかったかい？
It's good that there aren't any problems, but Kadia, did he try to pull anything funny on you?
血抜かれてねえか？
Did he draw blood?
髪は抜かれていないか？
Did he pull hairs?
皮膚とか剥がされてない？
Did he peel off your skin?
いや、大丈夫だから。あとミシェルグロい。
No, it's fine. Also, Monsieur, that's gross.
なぜ私はあらぬ嫌疑をかけられているのか。
Explain yourself. Why have I drawn your suspicious inquiries? I'm sorry, I guess we're just used to Mikaido's unorthodox research methods.
把握した。抗議の意思を取り消そう。
I understand. I retract my protest. So even Mr. Assistant Mikaido is... Even to Mr. Assistant, Mikaido's seen as a weirdo.
でさ、ちょっと思ったんだけど、イルのこと、この人に相談してみたら。
Anyways, I was just thinking maybe you should ask this guy about Il. Huh?
もしかしたら、家事とかできないのって、イルの体質的なものかもしれないじゃん。
Maybe Il can't do chores and stuff because of some condition.
少なくとも、あの変人に話すよりはいいと
I
思
mean,
う。
he's an angel.
検査だってサクサク済ませてくれたし。
At the very least, it's better than asking a certain weirdo. He's got the medical exam done real quick too.
助手っていうからには、人外の研究者ではあるんだろうし。
Since he's an assistant, he must be a normal human researcher. He is wearing a full hood and you can't even see his face. Are you gonna really, like, why do you guys trust this guy? I'm a bit hesitant. If asking him help solves Ill's concerns, maybe that's
この
best.
場にいない打天使がどうかしたのか。
Is something the matter with the fallen angel? Where is he? About that, to tell the truth, I serve Mr. Assistant an iced coffee and explain the general situation. After a short period of silence, he offers me a prompt response.
答えは明確だ。それが彼の生態だからだろう。
The answer is clear. It's a matter of simple biology.
彼にはそのような雑務など必要ない。よって、それを学習し記憶する能力を得ずに生まれたものだと思われる。
He has no need for such menial tasks, thus he's likely born with no ability to learn and remember such things. In other
理解
words,
しやすい比喩を用いるのならば、
allow me to use a simpler metaphor. Okay.
お前たちは、ただの人形に、鑑賞や操作以外の用途を求めるのか。
Could you get anything more out of a mere puppet beyond its artistic merit without your manipulation? What? The extreme comparison sent a cold that drops the temperature inside the shop. However, Mr. Assistant shows no sign or concern and stands from his
飲
seat.
食の代金はここに置く。また次の身体検査にて邪魔をしよう。
I'll leave the payment for my tab here. I'll return for the next medical exam. Hey, please wait a minute. Even I had no idea what I wanted to say. I just wanted to stop and win.
じゃあ宅配便です。荒木さん宛てにお荷物です。サインか印鑑をお願いします。
Hello, I've got a delivery package for Leowaki. Please sign on the stamp. Oh yes, and he's gone. I instinctively go to retrieve the package. I sign for it as prompted, and the man leaves without even glancing around the shop. What could this be? I don't remember ordering anything. Considering its size and weight, it was something substantial. The person to dispel my questions was someone I didn't expect.
私からの品だ。この時刻に届くよう依頼しておいた。
What item is for me? I requested for it to be delivered at this time. Huh?
先日、我が雇用主帝明が、この店にて無礼を働いたと聞いた。
The other day, I heard my
その詫びだ。
employer, Akira Mikaido, acted rudely in the shop. Consider this an apology. What? Oh no, you don't have to.
詫びるなら今の発言を詫びろってな。
If you're gonna apologize, apologize for what you just said. I'm sure he heard Ignis mutter, but Mr. Assistant didn't acknowledge
で
it.
は、今度こそ失礼する。
No, then excuse me. The one to break the silence left by him was a shrugging monsieur.
あ
Oh well. As expected from the mood maker,
あ、
however,
なんか嫌な感じ。ちょっと外の空気吸ってこようっと。
I don't feel so good. I'm stepping out for air. His tone is light, casual even, but his face seemed disturbed as he exited out into the backyard.
玄関に塩だけしよう。この国では鬱陶しいやつ追い払うときそうすんだろ。
Throw some salt at the door. That's how you ward off unwelcome pests in this country, right?
あのインテリ気取りがこっちの事情をろくに知りもしねえで好き勝手言いやがって。
What a nerd. He doesn't know the half of what's going on here, but he doesn't let that stop him.
気持ちはわかるが落ち着け、イグニス。彼はあくまで研究者としての見解を述べたのだろう。
I understand how you feel, but calm down, Ignis. He was simply stating his opinion as a researcher.
無論、我も良い気分ではなかったが、ここで怒りをあらわにしても仕方あるまい。
Of course, it wasn't pleasant for me either, but getting angry here accomplishes nothing.
そうそう。カリア君の検査もあるし、彼を出禁にするわけにもいかないでしょ。
That's right, he also performs Karida's medical exams, so we can't ban him. Yeah, we're the ones who asked him anyways. Let's just forget this happened. Naturally, thinking of this conversation irritates me. In private would be one thing, but I can't get annoyed in front of a customer. Oh right, what's this item that Mr. Assistant sent me? My mood instantly improves. I bring the package from the delivery man to the center table and open it in front of everyone, which, while wondering what's inside, A new game console. Hey, look, she's got one now. And an otome game. Life is love. It took me several seconds to comprehend his unthinkable choice.
はい、あの作品。つかさ。はあ
Not only that, it's the one Eel talked about before, the remake of his favorite game, so it came out already, but why an otome game? This seems strangely out of pocket for Mr. Assistant. I mean, that's all he's got from you. Or maybe he thought I was interested because he caught me watching the trailer.
うわ、すごい。よかったじゃん。このハード発売したてで結構品切れ起こしてるんだよ。
Whoa, awesome. How sick. That console's been sold out for almost as long as it's been out. Alright. Sure it has. Really? Sounds like he went overboard on his apology then.
つうか、差出人があの変人じゃねえか。あいつの財布から出たのか、それとも抜き取ったのか。後者だな。
Not to mention it came from that Poindexter. Did he pay for it himself or just sign off on it? Probably the latter.
帝は研究ばっかで金を使うあてもないし、何よりこの間騒がしくしたお詫びなら遠慮はいらないんじゃないかな。
Mikado is a researcher and never spends his money. Besides, if it's an apology for the other day, what's the harm in taking it?
それに、このゲームがあれば、イルとの話にも花が咲くのでは。
Also, if you have this game, perhaps it could help you regain closeness to Eel.
落ち込んでいるイルを励ますには、うってつけの品にも思えるぞ。
This might be the perfect item to encourage Eel out of his gloom. That's true. Eel expected that I'll be buying this and had been looking forward to discussing it. I guess I'll accept it, grateful then. I should show Eel. I take the otome game package out and head to the second floor. Eel, can I come in?
どうぞ。
Go ahead. As I open the door, the Dao air from earlier has lessened a bit, but
その、改めて謝罪を。私はあなたを手伝うどころか、余計な迷惑をかけてしまって。
I'd like to apologize again. Rather than helping you, all I've done is trouble you further. Wouldn't it be funny if she starts playing this otome game inside this otome game and then I am like in a paradox of otome games? That'd be funny. As expected, Eel is still brooding. Not at all. I don't feel troubled. Because, you know, I've learned a lot of things from everyone too. Actually, it was kind of fun and refreshing to teach you something for once. Despite my gesture of kindness, it couldn't penetrate Eel's cold cloud, and he seemed reluctant to relent.
ですが、
However, I feel us begin to go in circles, so I changed the subject. Oh, right, here, look at this! I bought, well, not quite. I just happened to look into it. I can't wait to play the game. You hold it in such high esteem. I interrupt him with an awkward performance and hold the otome game up to show him. Suddenly, Eel's eyes gleam.
それは九段の乙女ゲームでは私も今日届く予定だったのです。
Isn't that the game I told you about? Mine's scheduled to arrive today too.
ですがまさかあなたが先に手に入れているとは。
But to think you would obtain it before I did. Well, yeah. I was planning to buy it much later. In reality, it seems useless to elaborate. But I'm looking forward to playing it. Believe it or not, this will be my first otome game.
ではきっとわからないことも多いでしょうから。
Then I anticipate there will be much you do not understand.
攻略において困ったことがあれば、ぜひ私を頼ってください。全ルート完璧に記憶していますので。
If you have any trouble getting through it, do not hesitate. I have all routes in choices committed to memory. Eel taps the cover art at the end of his finger. I see a handsome young man.
私としてはこちらの青年のルートが特におすすめです。
For me, this young man's route is a particular favorite.
彼には秘密が非常に多く、進めれば進めるほどそのミステリアスさに引き込まれますよ。
He has many secrets. The further you progress, the more enticing his enigmatic persona. I see, then maybe I'll do my best to reach his ending first. When I say this, Il beams with
クリ
joy.
アした暁には感想を共に語り合いましょう。
Once you clear it, we should discuss our
き
thoughts.
っとリメイクに伴いイベントやグッズもたくさん出るはずです。想像するだけで胸が高鳴ります。
I suspect it will contain many new events and updated goods. The thought makes my heart skip a beat. Il seemed genuinely ecstatic that I expressed an interest in otome games. At last, the melancholic fog dissipates. In addition to Il's gesture, his bright eyes and expression convey sincere happiness. It was a sight to behold as I hiccup again. Cute. I spilled my thoughts, but not without a giggle.
かわいいですか？この青年はどちらかというと美しいと評される造形では？
Cute, you say. If anything, wouldn't you say this young man is more handsome, if anything? No, never mind. Just talking to myself. Regardless, I appreciate seeing Il's cheerful once more. After chatting with Il, I stow the new otome game in my bedroom. Then whew, we passed through the gate safely again. I was finally growing used to passing through the gate to Medio as I take a breath.
忘れ物はないか、マスター。女王のいる場所とゲートは離れているゆえ、アンシャンテへ戻るには時間が
Did
かかる
you
ぞ。
forget anything, Leah? The queen is some distance from the gate, so returning to Enchante may take some time. Nope, I'm fine, thanks. Off in a corner of this natural landscape, I stand off to the side holding a fairly heavy bag with one arm. Contained with this are vials and cakes. If you have time, I would love to invite you to Medio once more for a tea party. Canis delivered this message, and since Titania invited me here, I brought some gifts. Those who come with me are Canis, who held for Medio, and the one other person.
マスター、バッグを貸してください。荷物持ちぐらいなら私にもできますので。
Leah, please lend me your bag. I promise to make for a worthy bellhop. Okay, please do. There are drinks inside, so be careful. I can at least accompany you, so Il had insisted after I informed him of our trip to Medio. He gives me a nod, then carefully takes the bag from me.
では参ろう。ティタニアもお前たちの来訪を心待ちにしているはずだ。
Then let us be off. I'm sure Titania eagerly awaits your arrival. Canis also appears to be gently watching over him. Ever so gently.
ようこそメディオへ。
Hey, Vinia, long time since, you killed me. Welcome to Medio.
もはや何度目か数えるのもバカらしいほどの気軽な訪問。正直辟易していますが、歓迎します。
Your casual visits have reached numbers too ridiculous to count. It's confounding, but you are welcome nonetheless.
はい、ありがとうございます。あなたはいつも我々を友好的に出迎えてくれますね。
Yes, thank you very much. You always give us such amicable welcomes.
いえいえ、これも僕に任されたことですから。そう、どんなに嫌な役目であろうとも。
No, don't mention it. This is my duty, however unpleasant the task.
そうですか。その嫌な役目とやらが何かはわかりませんが、熱心なことですね。頑張ってください。
I see. I'm not sure exactly what unpleasantness has to do with it, but you're diligent to keep at it. Amazing, he made Vinia go quiet.
皮肉や嫌味が全く通じないイールはまさしく奴の天敵なのだろうな。
Il is oblivious to sarcasm, so naturally the two are enemies. The interaction with the two different realms seemed to have created unthinkable interactions.
よもやベンニーヤのあのような顔が見れるとは。
To think I'd ever see Vinia make a face like that.
招待した甲斐があったというものじゃ。 しいな。
It was well worth inviting you. It's been some time, Leo. It's been a while, Titania. I'm so sorry for making you wait.
よいよい、そちらの事情は聞いておる。不可解なホールのせいで随分と苦労したようじゃの。
No worries. I heard your circumstances. The mysterious wormholes seem to have caused you quite some trouble.
カヌス、案内ご苦労。これよりわしとこの者は茶会を行うが、お主はどうする？
Hannes, thank you for guiding her. Leah and I are going to have a tea party. Would you like to attend?
我には仕様があるゆえ、席を外させてもらいたい。
I have personal business to attend to, so I must excuse
わか
myself.
った。
I understand. Hannes gives a bow, then leaves. I pour coffee I brought into the wooden cup. After I hand it to Titania, she closes her eyes and seems to enjoy the aroma wafting up from the cup.
香りだけでわかるぞ。また一段と腕を上げたの。
Yes, I can tell from the aroma your skills have improved yet again.
なんだかんだでわしもアンシャンテのテイクアウトとやらの常連になっておるような気がするな。
I feel as though in some way I've become something of an Enchante takeout regular, huh? That's right.
ねえねえ、そのコーヒーっていう飲み物、私たちにも飲め
Hey,
る？
hey! The drink's called coffee? Can we drink it?
とっても美味しそう。花の蜜とは違う香りがするわ。
It seems delicious. Smells different than nectar. Huh?
コーヒーに興味を持っているようですが、カヌスやあなたのような人型以外の妖精も飲食が可能なのですか？
You seem interested in coffee. Is it possible for non-human fairies to drink it like you and Connus do?
未知の味に驚くことはあるじゃろうが、特に問題はない。普段から花の蜜も吸っておるしな。
The acidic taste may shock them, but I don't think it should be an issue. After all, they drink flower nectar. In that case, would you like a little? It's bitter if you drink it black, though. Maybe I should add milk and sugar.
では、専用のコップを用意するとしよう。
Then I'll prepare special cups. Are we gonna have some cute-ass little cups? With a wave at Titania's hand, small cups appear on the table in an instant. No matter how many times I saw it, magic was just too unbelievable to behold. I add milk and sugar, a tad more than usual. Then, okay, I'll go hand one out to everyone.
では私も手伝いを。
Allow me to assist.
待て待て、打天使のいるよ。そなたまで行ってしまったら、わしの話し相手がいなくなるじゃろ。
Wait, fallen angel ill. If you go as well, then who will stay and chat with me? Sorry, ill, but there you have it. Stay and chat with Titania.
あなたがそういうのでしたら。
If you insist. Can't trust you with liquids. Ill looks a little discontent, but my lips curl into a smile. I walk around, handing out coffee, chatting with the fairies who are gathered around. The fallen angel watches Leah, at which Titania smirks.
引き止めてしまってすまぬな。しかしよくよく考えれば、わしは今までそなたとろくに接したことがない。
I'm sorry for keeping you here. However, I can't help but think that I've never seen you make such an offer.
ベンニーヤとの件も非常に愉快だったことじゃし、
The matter with Minya was always extremely amusing.
この際、カヌスの友人であるそなたとも交流を深めたいと思ったのじゃ。
With this opportunity, I figured it would be... I would like to familiarize myself with you, since you affiliate with Canas.
ええ、構いませんよ。相互理解というものですね。
Yes, I don't mind at all. Would you call this a mutual understanding?
そう、まさしくそれじゃ。では早速、わしの前に来てほしい。 目線も合わせてくれるとありがたい。
Precisely that. Then to get started, come before me. It would be best if we were eye to eye. Heeding Titania's beckoning, Il bends politely before her, resting on his knees as he meets her eye level.
これで良いのですか？
Will this suffice?
感謝する。
Yes, thank you. While saying this, Titania peers into Il's eyes.
なるほど。ベンニーヤの皮肉が通じぬのも納得じゃ。
I see. I can understand why Vinia's sarcasm didn't work on you.
そなた、本当に無垢な瞳をしておるな。
Your eyes are truly pure. It's as though they're untainted by all the good and evil of the world. Even the small fairies of Medio lack eyes so clear of vivacity. Exactly what kind of life would one have to lead to acquire such a gaze? Curiosity begins to swirl in Titania's heart. Much like she had once done to Leah, she pulls Il's cheeks towards her with both
興
hands.
味が湧いたぞ、イル。そなたのことも。
I've grown interested, Il. Tell me more about yourself. She stares deep into his heart, pressing her forehead into his. Titania, you broke him. What the heck? Wait, what? How do we... Oh, it's this side.
ありがとう。これが女王様が好きなコーヒーなのね。
Thank you. So this is the coffee the queen likes so much.
すごい。白い水を入れたら色が変わったわ。
Wow, amazing. It changes colors when you put the white liquid in. The fairies watch excitedly as milk form patterns as it dissolves into the coffee. Something so simple as preparing a simple drink was amusing to these magical creatures. Oh, just be careful not to get burned, okay? And if it's too bitter, I'll add more milk. As I finish handing out the coffee to the last fairy, a strained voice rings out from Titania. Huh? Behind me, I turn to face the back of the hall.
そなたは一体。
What exactly are you? Il had fallen onto his backside, and Titania is trembling as she looks down at him, her face pale. Vinia and I rush over at virtually the same time.
貴様、陛下に何をした？
You bastard, what did you do to Her Highness? Il, what happened? I also ask my question right after, and Il slowly stands up, however.
頭突きをされ怯えられ、最終的には突き飛ばされまして。
She butted my head, became frightened, and then pushed me away? What does that mean?
さあ、私にもよく。
I'd ask the same. How should I know?
わからぬとは言わせません。無害そうな顔をしているからと油断した僕がバカでした。貴様一体。
Saying you don't know won't suffice. I was a fool for letting down my guard because of your harmless face. What did you...
待て、ベニーヤ、誤解じゃ。
Wait, Vinia, this is a misunderstanding.
今のは好奇心に身を委ねたわしの自業自得。
This was my own doing for giving in to curiosity.
イルには、そう、何の落ち度も悪意もない。
Il has not in the slightest.
本当ですか？
Is that true?
なんなら周囲を飛んでいた妖精たちに尋ねてみるがよい。
Yes, ask any of the fairies flying around us. All the little fairies flying around Titania nod in unison. They corroborate her story. While his face still looks unconvinced, he seems to understand. Vinia Vinia's clear vigilance is lifted. I don't recall in the main story that they came to the conclusion to call Vinia he. I thought that didn't happen unless you went through Conus's route, so I feel like they should be still referring to them as they. Weird. Eel tilts his head in puzzlement.
何だったのでしょ
What exactly was the meaning of this? I don't even know what happened. It seems like Il didn't do anything after all. What exactly could have frightened Titania so much? Girls, speak! Afterwards, upon Conus's return, we decide to end today's tea party. Anyways, Titania, see you again. Sorry for intruding, Vinia.
う。お土産の蜜もありがとうございます。こちらは蜂蜜ラテに活用しましょう。
Thank you for the gift of nectar as well. We shall use it for honey lattes. Yes, that sounds delicious. I'll try making that tomorrow.
Hey, 本当に大丈夫ですか
Your
お顔も優れませんが。
Are you sure you're okay? Your face is
や
still...
はりあの堕天使が何か。
Is there something... Is it something to do with the fallen angel?
違うと言うておろう。そなたはよそ者に対して本当に疑い深い。
I'm fine. You're false, true wary of
そ
outsiders.
れよりも、ベンニーヤよ。
More importantly, Vinia.
何でしょう
Yes, what is it?
先ほど、わしがイルに行った行為と反応は、断じて他の者に伝えるな。
Concerning my deed and response to Eel earlier, be sure not to mention this to anyone.
無論、あの者とカヌスに対しても。
Of course, that includes Leah and Conus.
はあ。陛下のご命令でしたら。
Very well. Your wish is my command, Your Highness.
もしわしが見間違えていないのだとしたら、
If this isn't some sort of mistake on my part,
あれはなんと哀れな魂を持つものなのだ。
that is one with such a pitiable soul.
ということで、荷物も落としませんでしたし、お供は大成功でした。
In any case, I managed not to drop any luggage, so we can consider this accomplishment. Consider the accompaniment a grand success. The next day, Ignis and Rindo both happened to visit the shop. While sipping a freshly made honey latte, Il speaks proudly of his successful visit to Medio.
3くらいできて当たり前だっつうの。
Yeah, we've all been through the portal, big guy.
まあ進歩といえば進歩だと思うけどね。そういえばミシェルとカヌスは？
Well, I think that progress is still progress. By the way, where is Monsieur and Conus? The weather is nice, so they went off for a walk at the
そ
park.
うか。気持ちはわからなくもないけど、監視対象があっちこっち出かけるのはちょっぴり不安もあったり。
I see. Well, I understand the feeling. It's unsettling for my surveillance targets to be wandering around everywhere.
執念は苦労が多いな。
Middle-aged men sure have a lot of troubles. Is that even related to middle age? While Rindo makes his objections, talk of the weather reminds me of something. I almost forgot. That reminds me that today I plan to hang everyone's sheets today. Luckily, it's still morning and I'll collect them all even from the vacant rooms. Just then, I catch a glance at Eel. As expected, he starts to squirm, indicating his desire to help. However, likely due to his memory of his failures, he seems he can't ask himself. In that case, Eel, would you help me?
はい。
Yes! He's like, absolutely. Shaking. Okay, all the dust is out, so it's all prepared. I look up while thinking about the laundry rope strung tightly in the backyard.
マスター、私は何をすれば？
Leah, what should I do? Let's see. All that's left to do is hang the sheets. Seem too tricky. This is tricky. Considering how things went last time, maybe I should entrust him with the small and easy to handle sheets. He wouldn't have to drag them either. I entrust Eel with the sheets from my room and decide to hang the big sheets myself, but it's pretty clear he wanted to hang these instead. Okay, fine. It's so clear, I'll do it. Maybe I'll unentrust him with the sheets from Ignis and Canis and the empty rooms. The big sheets are hard to hold up and they block your view. Can you handle that?
任せてください。飛翔しつつ落とすように紐へ引っ掛ければ引きずらずに済みますから。
Please leave it to me. If I fly, I can drop them down onto the string so it won't even be necessary to drag them. I see. I classify that as a shortcut, but I guess that's fine. Just be careful not to let the wind carry them away. After Il hangs the largest sheets in his fallen angel form, he returns to his normal form and together we work to hang the other sheets. Be sure not to just hold one spot and wrinkle it up. After pulling it taut, could you hang it on the string?
シワがつかぬように貼ってから。これで合っていますか?
Will it tie it taut to avoid wrinkles? Is this correct? Yeah, like that. Then you secure the end of the laundry with laundry clips and that's the end. For now, Eel's work is going well. But as for my part... Alright, there! Considering my height, it's pretty hard to hang up the wide, thick sheets. I have little place to give Eel advice. I think myself a little bit bitterly. My premonition was spot on. I ended up stepping on the end of the sheet as I spread it out. Without enough time to release my hold on the sheet, my body shakes and I lose balance.
Mata!
Leah! Just as I'm about to fall to the ground, Il catches me. I must have worried him. He peers into my eyes with a sharp look of concern.
大丈夫ですか?
Are you okay? I'm fine, but I gotta wash this sheet again. Thanks, I'm fine. Thanks to you. As the sheet I was holding, the edges I stepped had dirtied. It's otherwise fine, but despite catching the full weight of my body, Il's body isn't even slightly shaken or strained. Il's pretty slender, but also tall. Strong? He forgot the strong part. It reminds me of the time he whisked me away while we flew on that date. It's times like these, he's just as reliable as everyone else. I unexpectedly started thinking of such things when...
あなたが無事ならよかった。ではあちらを見てください、マスター。
It's good that you're safe. Please look over there, Leah. Il cradles me in his arms and happily points to the center of the backyard. Then I see properly hung up sheets swaying pleasantly in the wind. The ones I asked Il to
どう
do.
でしょう。どこもおかしくはありませんか? 妥協せず、しっかり批評してください。
How does it look? Do you notice anything strange? All feedback is welcome. No need to be shy. I stand back and get a check. They aren't wrinkled and in proper shape. Yeah, it's all good. A perfect score. I turn back to him and smile. Il's wings stretched out, seemingly involuntary. He gently grasps my hands and... Huh? Is Il using some sort of magic? Before I realize it, my body's floating gently in the air beside him. Il! I'm guided by his hands. After rising up past the roof of Enchante, we complete our ascent. We stand on top of the roof together, seeing the ripples of light eke through the clouds, not too unlike the night sky on our date. What a surprise! I gazed concertedly at Il. Yep, that's the right word. No questions. Taken by surprise at the spectacular of it all.
よかった。本当に。
I'm glad, truly.
あなたの作業を手伝う中で、初めて失敗せずに済みました。
This is the first time I've helped you with your work without any failures. His hands holding mine just trembling slightly, I finally realized something. I'm sure he took more happiness from this success than I could ever imagine, even for him to subconsciously fly up into the sky. Among the gentle wind, he flaps his wings once more.
私はずっと考えていました。あなたのためにできることはないかと。
I have spent tireless hours thinking all this time about how I may be of use to you.
今までは自分の周囲のすべてを他者に任せきりで、けれどそれでいいと思っていたのです。
Until now, I was always left such affairs to others around me which I had been perfectly content with.
それが効率的だから、私は何もできないからと。
Because it's efficient. Because I can't do
で
anything.
も、最近の私はどうしてか、それをひどく虚しく感じていた。
However, recently, for some reason, it's made me feel terribly empty.
皆があなたのために何かをな
This
せ
is
る
the
のに、
most glowy.
私だけが何もできないのは嫌だと。そのよう
Everyone
に
else was so
考えていたの
adept
で
at
す。
helping you, but I hated that I could not in return. Hence, I began to think. Il's eyes are straightforward. They also appear to be slightly teary.
私は多くの失敗を重ねました。きっと今日のこれもまだ偶然に過ぎないのかもしれません。
My failures became too numerous to count. Even today, it's nothing more than an exception to the
で
rule.
も、それでも、私は今この瞬間が嬉しい。
Still, even so, I can bask in the glory of this moment.
私があなたのために何かができた。この瞬間が。
The moment when I finally accomplished a task you asked me to perform. As he smiles at me, I grasp his hand back and say, Yeah, thank you, Il. For your efforts and your feelings, I'm thrilled to hear it. I can't tell you how proud I am that you decided to change on your own. Because I'm sure your world was already complete in a way.
私の世界ですか？
My world, you say? Yep. Ever since my grandpa was around, you and Monsieur and Kana supporting you. You had so many people to help you. I don't blame you for how you are. But you broke out of it yourself despite all the failures, despite what others said, and despite feeling the burden of guilt. You weren't content to rest on your laurels and stay hidden in your own little world. Those actions of yours, from my point of view, is even better than traveling to another realm. It's one thing to talk about making major changes in your life. However, actually doing them requires major decisiveness and action. As I tell him,
そのようなことは、私は今まで皆がやっていたことをようやく自主的にしただけで。
it was nothing like that. All I did was volunteer to do what others had done all along. A little embarrassment showed itself despite his efforts to hide it. I don't know if this is what is the right way to put it, but lately you've become a total human, Il.
人間らしいですか？
Become
私は
human? Me? Yeah, to be honest, when I first met you, you were hard to read, which troubled me. But now it's the opposite. I smile and tell him, as of late, you're taking the initiative to do all kinds of things, and you've made new experiences. Each one seems to have affected you. If it was you before, I doubt you would have been so moved, but accomplishing such a little task. That was actually rude to say that an angel is like a human. At my concern, he slowly shakes his head in response. In the sunlight, his beautiful green-white hair swayed and shines.
いえ。
No. Feels his lips, his eyes, his cheeks. I'll become like a flower in full bloom.
そんなことはありません。私が人間に近づけたというならば、それはとても嬉しい。
Not at all. I would be very happy if I become more human. In this moment, he had the most beautiful smile I'd ever seen in the whole world. It's different from his usual well-ordered and gentle smile. It's an enchanting, shining, beautiful smile that seems to contain his thoughts themselves.
自分が誰よりも空虚で、周りとの溝が深いことはうすうす分かっていたのです。
I've always had a vague understanding that I'm more empty than others, separated by a deep gap from those around.
人間に最も近い姿なのに、人間に最も遠い存在なのだと何度も思い知ってきた。
Even though I appear the most like a human, I seem to be the furthest being from a human. I was made to understand that countless times.
自分からそれを埋めるのは不可能で、だから周りが妥協してくれるのに甘え、諦めていたのです。
It was impossible for me to fill the gap, so I gave up, giving in to accepting the compromise of those around me.
でも今、あなたはそんな私を人間に、自分に近いと言ってくれた。
You call me a human. That I'm much like you. The temperature of his hands wrapping around mine rises.
私は自分に変化が起きたことが嬉しくてたまらない。
I'm elated to see where this change takes me.
そしてその変化をもたらしてくれたのは間違いなくあなたなのです、マスター。
There's no mistake. You're the one who caused this change, Leah. Me? Ill nods.
あなたは私をそういうものだからと割り切ることはしなかった。
You never said things like that's just how he is, and you never wrote me off.
私の世界をアンシャンテという小さな箱庭から広げてくれた。
You expanded my world from the small enclosed garden called Enchante.
一つ一つを丁寧に教え、私が変わることを諦めないでいてくれた。
You thoroughly taught me one thing after another. You never lost hope in my will to change. All of his joys seemed to well up at once. His words, asserted and delivered with confidence, were poignant.
私はもっともっとあなたの前であなたのために変わっていきたい。
I want to do even more all for you. I want to change for your sake.
あなたに頼られる存在になりたいのです。
I want to be someone who you can depend on.
ああ、私のこの内心を何と表現すればよいのでしょう。
How dare I express these feelings inside of me? Yeah, how dare.
普段からたくさんの乙女ゲームにたくさんの心を語る言葉に触れているのに、
After all the otome games I've played, after all the scenes I memorized,
それでもあなたへの感謝を表す言葉がうまく表現できないのです。
even so, I find it impossible to properly express my gratitude for you. He smiles. His smile, his kindness. What a wonderful smile. I naturally start to smile myself, with a tad of bashfulness, but thoughts stir within me. I like your smile. I couldn't hold back the desire to express that, so I say it without hesitation. However, as the words escape my mouth, a wave of embarrassment crash over me. That's why, going forward, let's keep trying all kinds of things, Il.
はい。
Yes. Like that, I said such an innocent line. What? Innocuous. I know this is. I said such an innocuous line to try and hide my embarrassment. What a sweet moment. The same day in the evening, I boot up the otome game I had received from Mr. Assistant and began to play. Alright, dialogue. Well, not quite. I didn't really play it. I just got through the opening movie. you. Kororo sits in my lap, staring at the game screen, seemingly out of deep interest. Kororo becomes an otome game player. Something about its story struck me, the genre of this game. Alright, it's time. Is fantasy. A world where magic is perfectly normal. The main character owns a general goods store. In other words, you're the heroine. Famous magicians and royalties, among others, come to visit. Players can romance man of all statuses. She's a shop owner just like me. We're pretty similar. Maybe I'll be able to relate. The first choice appeared. This will raise affection levels with someone, won't it? Without hesitation, I picked the choice that I think would raise affection level with the demure young man Eel had recommended to me. Mysterious young man, thank you kindly. This is the item I was searching for. To think that you would help me locate such a rare item. I did it! That raised his affection level, I think. Yeah! Kororo makes a fist and takes up a guts pose with me. Before I started, I wondered if I would struggle to play it correctly. In fact, I thought I'd totally suck. I had various concerns, but actually playing it wasn't too bad. At this rate, I'll be able to talk about otome games as much as he does. When I begin to think of Eel, suddenly I recall his smile, his excitement for having changed, and the way he credited me. How Eel smiled at me like a flower gently blooming. A smiling face of his I'd never seen that didn't seem like his. As I think it over, I start to feel I like it. That pure, genuine goodwill. When I received it so directly. She realizing she's got the feels. Cute. Just then my hand stopped. Kororo began to tap me with his arm as if something was off. He's like, hey bro, keep playing. Of course, I was talking about his smile, you know? Sure, say what you want, but I don't believe you. I started making excuses to Kororo without much thought. I coughed in a forced way to clear my throat, then returned my attention to the otome game. But this person, just as Eel said, is full of mystery. He won't even say his name, so they just call him mysterious young man the whole time. Will he tell me if I get closer? Will he show me his face if I fall in love with him? And the answer was no. I think I would enjoy it. A real feeling, the process of growing closer. I'm feeling more motivated. I'll do my best to complete it. Yeah. Kororo is obsessed with otome games now. Several days later, I take a break from playing the otome game. Whew, I'm finally out of Enchante. For once, I wasn't leaving just to restock ingredients, my own private outing. It seems I'm not the only one who had a big change in feelings after the matter.
なぜみなして妨害をするのですか？彼女が出かけるのなら私も同行します。
Why are you all obstructing me? If she's going out, then I shall accompany her.
だから連れはいらねえって本人が言ってんだろ。
You deaf? She said she doesn't want company.
そうそう。荷物持ちを任されたならともかく、女の子の買い物を邪魔するのはブスだよ。
That's right. It's one thing if she asks you to carry bags, but interrupting a girl's shopping trip is uncouth. Yeah, he's clingy. He's like a puppy.
マスター、イルは我らが抑え込んでおく。今のうちに出かけるといい。
Leah, we shall hold ill back. You should depart now. Okay, then I'll get going now.
嫌です。待って。私を置いていかないでください。マスター。
No, wait.
マスタ
Please don't leave me behind. Leah. I'm glad they gave her like a name they can call her in-game, because usually it's just dead air when it's the name. His sad cries elicit a feeling of guilt from me, like if you left a dog at home. Il was, according to Ignis, like a baby bird following its parent and had opened his heart to me. His parent, huh? It left me with a hollow feeling. Like, being totally honest, I would rather be looked at in a different light. No. I keep hearing her call her master. That's what he's shouting. Yeah, he's shouting master, but they put Leah when they say master. I am acting so full of myself. It's master, but not in like the fun way. It's master as in like the owner of the shop way. Why am I acting so full of myself? I shake off my idle thoughts and start walking in search of a boutique with next season's trends available. Are we gonna have an outfit change? Huh, could you be Leah? Huh? Passerby calls my name, so I stop to turn around. She's a little older than I remember, but I wouldn't fail to recognize her. There I see a friend from high school beaming with a bright smile. I knew it! Leah! Small world. Never thought I'd run into a place like this. I'm surprised too. When did you move to the city? I didn't quite move. I'm visiting my older sister since she works here. But I see, so this is where you moved off to. Delighted by our reunion, we join hands and bounce excitedly. Since we're here, why don't we go somewhere and catch up? Simply must catch up on all the hot gossip I've missed. Yeah, of course, I don't have gossip, but let's go. After getting takeout coffee from a cafe, we leisurely sit down on a bench in a nearby park. Judging from the aroma of the strong acidity that these beans make, must be based from Kilimanjaro. A brand of coffee bean and a variety cultivated around Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania, it is widely known for its sweet aroma and acidity. I look down at my brewed coffee and my paper from the perspective of the cafe owner. I take a sip for research, thinking it might have a more nuanced flavor profile. You can tell. Oh, it's just a guess. I guess I drink so much coffee that I've developed a palate for it. Oh, now that you mention it, you own a cafe now, right? As I move to ask her how she knows, I remember that some of her relatives are entrepreneurs, so I consulted her. If you don't mind, because I visit your shop sometime. Oh yeah, of course. If I tell everyone beforehand, they can either hide or pretend, so there shouldn't be any issue. But I see you've always been a great chef, Leah. How's business? Good, I assume? Decent, I guess. I make ends meet thanks to some regulars. So you have regulars? What kind of people are they? There are 5 men, I guess. Men? And there's 5 of them? Yeah, why are your eyes gleaming like that? You know, moving to a new city means a fresh start. It never hurts to make some new friends, right? I hope this isn't too forward, but are you into any of them? We've never talked about your love life. I nearly choke on my coffee into them, as in, I don't take after my grandpa's work to do things like that.
じゃあ気になってる人は
Is there anyone you like? Remain silent. I'm a workaholic. Not exactly. That's... I want one of his things to have 13 choices just because he made that joke in a different game. I exercise my right to remain silent.
あ、ずるい。あんたって恋愛話になるとそればっか。
That's not fair. You always do this when romance comes up. Then you need to get a boyfriend first.
それでできたら苦労しないって。はあ、そうやって意地悪よ。
I wouldn't have a problem if it was so easy. Oh, you're so mean. I managed to dodge the
で
question.
も、いないって否定しないことは
But you didn't deny it, which means... I didn't manage. I give in and start slowly confessing it. It really is just someone I'm curious about. He's a bit off from normal people and clumsy. At first I felt like I couldn't just abandon him and thought he was cute, but I'm aware that I'm turning bright red. But once I started talking, I couldn't stop. When things heated up, he made such a lovely smile, and I realized he's a man too. The straightforwardness and purity, something about it is intrigues me, or so I think. Sometimes, maybe, I don't know. The silence is embarrassing. At least make some sort of comment. Oh, but it's nothing like wanting to date or something. It's not a desire like that. Our relationship doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. Finally, despite her saying nothing, I start making excuses.
なるほどね。
I see. While she was puzzled at first, after hearing my answer, she seems to nod.
頑張って。めっちゃ応援する。
Follow your heart. I'll be rooting for you. You don't need to. She's holding her thumbs up and making a sly face at me, and I shout back in response.
ああ、もうこんな時間か。話し込んじゃったね。
Oh, it's already this late. We talked for a while.
というか、コーヒー飲むなら普通にあんたのとこに行けばよかった。
If we were gonna get coffee, we should have gone to your place. Next time you're around, let me know. I'll welcome you. And if I'm too busy during the day, you can drop by after closing
わ
time.
かった。私はしばらくこっちにいるから、何かあったらそっちも連絡してね。
I got it. I'll be in town for a while, so call me if anything happens. It's been so long since I've seen her that I couldn't help but talk a lot. It seems I've been thinking about eel more than I anticipated. How interesting. I've realized something about myself. After a slight detour, I finished shopping and the sun had set. The air seems strangely moist. It's humid is a good word too. The weather report said it was clear all day. I check again. I take out my smartphone to open the weather app. Oops, I accidentally opened the SNS app instead next to it. I guess I can just look there for weather information. I casually open up the search menu. Because of my current location, a popular news article from my area is pinned on the top. Normally I'd just ignore such a thing, but mysterious disappearances? My eyes honed in on these strange words. That reminded me, Ignis was reading an article about that earlier. I get a little curious, so I squint at the fine print. In this part of town, right where I stood, in other words, in the area near Enchante, there were several mysterious disappearances occurring. Sudden disappearance of people with no prior warning or trace, as though it's the work of a god. It's very specific. There are currently around 5 victims. They were last spotted at night before allegedly being abducted in back alleys. For some reason, they never came back out and vanished completely. That's right, without leaving a trace. There are already multiple search requests registered with the police. There's a chance it was overblown as it wasn't reported on TV yet. This town, in this area at night, I look up at the starry night sky and quietly put my smartphone away. You have any theories, Leah? Oh gosh. It's hard to have theories because the story keeps like they splinter so in so many different directions. I mean, I'm assuming they're trying to make Il go back to the angel world permanently and stop being like in the human world, but like I don't know. Are angels actually just people that were turned into angels and then all these people they're taking are going to become angels? I don't know. I mean, I said that Mikado looked weird, and I was right. I didn't think he was a real person, though. That was a surprise. I'm suddenly getting scared. While mysterious disappearances have an unrealistic sound to it, it's still true that people have gone missing in this area, and that fans my fear. Luckily, there are still a lot of people around. I should go home before it gets really dark. Maybe because it's dinner time. The streets get less and less populated, and I can hear my footsteps echo as I walk. Girl, call a friend. No, that's not possible. I only just read that news. It wouldn't happen to me right after. Stop! I hear a faint shout. It's a woman's voice, I think. The source of the voice was in the back of a dark barrow alley stretching between nearby buildings. Ooh. For a moment, the darkness makes me hesitate. But I heard it. If I ignored it and went home, it would definitely bother me. I also think Il causes good luck because they had that random guy win a lottery ticket and it was $50, but he won, you know what I mean? Or is that the sign? Did that guy go missing? Was that the guy who went missing? You get good luck and then you go missing? Have I heard anybody else get lucky? I don't know. If I ignored it and went home, it would definitely bother me. I hold my smartphone in one hand so I can call for help right away if I need be and leap into the alley. Call for help anyways. Relying only on what I heard, I check the surrounding. Where'd they go? Is anyone there? I try calling out, but as expected, there's no reply. Just then, slightly. I notice something at my feet that stands out a little. What could this be? I know it's something, I can't describe it. Considering the feeling from my fingers, I can tell it's something soft, but due to the faint light engulfing it, the outline is too blurry to tell. There's no sign of anyone. I rush over pretty quickly, so I figured I'd at least see a silhouette if something was happening here. So then what was that shout? I won't be able to see your live reaction tomorrow, but I hope you enjoy Il's route. I'll pop in during breaks and lunch if you are streaming. I will be streaming tomorrow. I always say I'm going to try and stream earlier than 10, but 10 seems to be the right time for me. But you can watch it after. I'm sad you're going to miss it. I know this is the route you were waiting on. What was that shout? This area has a lot of bars. Maybe the rowdy voices of people echoed through here. Maybe? I don't know the truth, but there was no mistake. This is a dark place. In fact, if I stay here, I wouldn't be able to defend myself. Without thinking about it, I put something I picked up in my bag and decided to leave in a hurry.
Master!
Leah? Il? As at the same time I emerged from the alley, Il came swooping down from the night sky. And only slightly after, Canis appeared from the path to Enchante. That was shocking. Did you come all the way here like that?
はい、夜も遅いので、あなたを迎えに行く許可をもらいました。
Yes, the night is growing late, so I received permission to fetch you.
きちんと姿を隠す術をまとってきましたので、ご心配なく。
Please don't worry, I shrouded myself in magic to hide my form.
そもそも空を飛ばなければ良い話なのだが。
If you simply didn't fly in the first place.
すまぬ。一刻も早くあなたに会いたかったようでな。咎めないでやってほしい。
Apologies, it seems he wished to see you even a moment sooner. Please don't reproach him. It's fine. In fact, I feel relieved. I was a little scared to go home by myself.
怖い。何かあったのですか？
Scared? Did something happen? I give the two of them a brief explanation of the incident in the news.
神隠しですか。奇妙な事件もあるものですね。
Mysterious disappearances, you say? Such strange things to occur?
ですが、今は私がいます。何かあってもあなたを必ず守りますから。
I'm
心
here
配しない
now.
でください。
No matter what happens, I'll protect you, so please don't worry. I'm sure I'll rely on you. But just in case, we decide to hurry back to Enchante to avoid such an incident. We're running. Oh right, Eel, about that game. I started playing through it seriously.
おお、ついに。いかがです？現在の進捗と感想は。
At last, how is it? What are your thoughts of the game thus far? I'm still not in any individual route. I think I'm just about to start, though. You put it best. It's certainly interesting. The world setting is well put together, and I can easily empathize with the heroine. And right now, I'm pursuing the character you recommended to
例
me.
の彼ですか。彼は、ネタバレは厳禁ですね。
Ah, so you chose him. He's... right. No spoilers allowed.
早くあなたと感想を語り合いたいというのに、ままならないものです。
You must hurry so that we may converse about it. How unbearable. With a lively conversation, I walk beside Eel all the way home. Hannes is walking a step behind, warmly watching over us, I think. I'm back, Kororo! Yeah! When I return to my room, I do a dance, turn with a welcoming Kororo in my arms. Then I sit on my bed and point to the game console I left. When I started talking about this game, Il smiled gleefully again. For Il's sake too, I must hurry and finish it. Yeah. Like yesterday, I boot up the game with Kororo in my lap. It seems Kororo has taken a liking to this setup too. Let's see, the story so far was... Just before entering the individual route, the heroine fails a job entrusted to her and becomes depressed. She sits meekly in a park. There appears... What's wrong? You seem protruded. Is there anything I can do to help? The elegant yet esoteric young man smiles softly. But this person, on closer inspection, he speaks politely and is super mellow. He kind of reminds me of Eel. As I smile over it, I slowly press the confirm button. I have taken a liking to your natural smiling face. He said that to me. In order to reclaim it, I would do anything, even if it meant taking on the world. What? Q? I feel like I've heard that line before, maybe. You did. I remember, because it's what I use for that chapter. All right. Well, I was trying to get to the end of this chapter before I stop, but it's getting really close to work time and I wanted to eat something before I leave. So thank you so much for joining me today. We'll continue this lovely adventure tomorrow. We'll see what happens next in Il's route. I guess he's still in all his lines from Otome games. What a What a guy. Bye, Jay. Thank you for hanging out with me all day today. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can see my more recent streams on Twitch. And if you're checking me out on Twitch, I upload all my VODs onto YouTube where you can see them. Currently, Winter's Wish is currently uploading and it should be finished, I think, the 26th. So it's got a few more days to go. Thank you so much for joining me. Have a lovely day. Bye.